and we're live.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome you to this information session on the CEF Transport Call for Proposals 2023. We have an agenda for almost a full day today. We will start with a short introduction with an overview of the calls. My colleague Philippe Chantraine will introduce you to the policy context, and after that, colleagues will alternate to present in more details all the priorities of the calls, and then the application process and certain important elements that have to come with your proposals, such as the climate proofing, the CBA, the validation process, and so on. We have a frequently asked questions system that was open already for quite some time. You still have the possibility to ask questions, but pay attention, the system will close at 12:30 so that we have time to process the last questions that we will receive before the answering session that will start at 4. So, my name is Olivier Silla. I'm the head of department in charge of the CEF and here at SENEA, and I would like just to, in a nutshell, recall that we are an executive agency of the European Commission. We are entrusted with the task to launch the call for proposals and then prepare the evaluation process, carry it out together with DG Move, and then finally prepare the grant agreements with the selected applicants and follow the grant agreements throughout their implementation until the final payment, and even a bit later on, as it will be explained, as we also perform audits on a certain number of our actions. We are about 500 staff in the agency. CEF, it's about 150. Overall, the agency is entrusted with the management of a budget of 58 billion for the current financing period, and we have a portfolio of about 6,000 projects for the moment. Of course, CEF is one of the programs we are managing, so out of the 58, CEF represents 31, transport and energy, but of course we have also very important programs in the field of research with the Horizon Europe part of climate, energy and mobility. We also have, of course, the Innovation Fund, very important also in relation with transport, the LIFE program and others. I will not mention them all. You can have all the information on our website if you are interested for these programs. What is the most important is that this agency is in charge of the programs that are all contributing to the Green Deal. So everything that is transport, energy and climate is clustered around SENEA. So just a quick word, of course, on CEF. So CEF streams, transport and energy are managed here at SENEA. And as I said, we have for this current period, a budget of about 31 billion, 25.8 is for the transport sector and 5.4 for the energy sector. So out of the 25.8 that is in this period for the transport sector, you can see, I hope you can see it, the table is perhaps a bit small, on the bottom right side that we have already allocated, so 15 billion out of the 25.8. And this has been done mainly through 2 calls for proposals that we have carried out in 21 and 22. You can see that for the general envelope, 7.3 has already been allocated. 7.3 billion has already been allocated. For the cohesion envelope, we are at 5.8 billion already allocated. We have, of course, the military mobility envelope. There we are above half of it, as since close to 1 billion has already been allocated, and we are currently evaluating the 2023 call for proposals. And we have also our alternative fuel infrastructure facility that works based on a rolling call for proposals. We still have one cutoff to go in November, and then we will be done with this first phase of our alternative fuel infrastructure facility, and a new phase will open as from next year with a series of new cutoffs. So in total, 15 billion already allocated to about close to 400 proposals. So now this call that will be presented to you in details today is structured again based on the two CEF envelopes. We have on the top the projects that relates to the development of the network on the core network. So here you see that this is also where the biggest budget is allocated. So for projects addressing railways, inland waterways, maritime and inland ports, terminals, roads, and multimodal logistics platform. So we have an indicative budget of 2.6 in the general envelope and 2.8 for the cohesion envelope. We also address comprehensive network, of course, with a much smaller budget allocation. So the eligibility is, in terms of topics, is the same, but on the comprehensive network. And then we have three other blocks that relates more to the modernization of the network. The first block relates to smart and interoperable mobility, both on the general and cohesion envelope. And this is where you will find, in particular, all the IT systems that we are deploying in Europe. So from the river information services, the maritime EMS window, SESAR, ERTMS, ITS, EFTI data, and also more generally everything that has to do with data and new technologies in transport. We have then a block on safe and secure mobility. Here we are speaking mainly about two areas. First, the improvement of infrastructure, of transport infrastructure at the external border of the EU to facilitate transport at the external borders and make these flows smoother. And then we have a second part which relates to safe and secure parking infrastructure throughout Europe. Again, covered by so the general envelope as regards external border, and for the parking, it's on both envelopes. Then we have the last topic, a smaller one, on sustainable and multimodal mobility, which addresses mainly motorways of the sea and multimodal passenger hubs. So these topics will be presented throughout the morning in more details by the colleagues in charge in CINEA and DG Move. Now, let me stop a few minutes on the cohesion envelope. As you know, cohesion envelope is following specific rules. We have national envelopes that are, however, limited in time. So for the first two calls, member states eligible to the cohesion envelope had the possibility to apply, and the selections was taking into account the national envelopes. This is still the case in this 2023 call, however, with the novelty that for the first time, part of the competitive envelope was added to the budget. So member states can support applications in relation to the national envelopes, but also beyond that, as a substantial share of the competitive envelope is already on the table. So you see in the table here what is the remaining share of the national envelopes. It depends, of course, on the size of the envelope, but also on the rate of success and the applications that were submitted in the last 2 calls. But again, the message is clear that for those applicants that are from member states where the envelope has already been exhausted or where there is not much left, you can apply, of course, because part of the budget is already to be allocated on the competitive basis. So you can apply even if there is no remaining national envelope. So that's with that point, I would like now to hand over the floor to my colleague Philippe Chantraine, the head of unit in charge of CEF at DG Move, who will tell us about the policy priorities concerning this call for proposals. So Philippe, over to you.
Thank you, Olivier, and good morning as well from my side, from sunny Brussels, and happy to present you the legal and policy framework of these call for proposals. The basis for all our actions are 2 important regulations. The first one is the CEF regulation of 2021, which foresees the creation of the CEF program and which contains the basic rules of budget allocation, priorities, etc. The CEF is there to implement the TEN-T network, the TEN-T network, and its standards are defined in the TEN-T guidelines, which is the regulation from 2013. Of course, most of you are aware that there is a negotiation ongoing to revise the TEN-T guidelines regulation. But as these negotiations are not finalized, this call that we have launched and we are discussing today will be based on the regulation of 2013. So all the maps and the standards, etc., of the regulation of 2013 apply, and not yet the revised regulation as is currently negotiated between Parliament and Council. The CEF regulation is translated into multi-annual work programs, which set out then in more detail how we plan to spend the money and foresee the different calls. We have revised this multi-annual work program and adopted it in July this year. So this amended multi-annual work program is the basis for the calls we are discussing today. The CEF in general, Olivier mentioned it, it's 25.8 billion to develop the TEN-T network. Of course, its main objective is to contribute to the Green Deal and to the sustainable and smart mobility strategy. So here with the CEF, we are supporting projects which aim to complete the TEN-T network, and also with the military mobility envelope to enhance its dual use functionality so that our network is more resilient on that side as well. With our actions, we contribute to reducing the net greenhouse gas emissions as foreseen in the relevant context, like the Green Deal, Paris, etc. And this is also why the CEF regulation foresees that at least 60% of our actions should be dedicated to the achievement of the Union's climate targets. We are very proud to say that the allocations so far are at 80% already of the financial envelope, which contribute directly to climate targets. So we are overshooting here very substantially. The CEF implementation has, of course, been impacted also by the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, where we had to add new priorities in the program, and we have done so already with a set of projects on border crossing points with Ukraine and Moldova, but these options are also part of the calls now, which we will discuss later. The CEF regulation foresees the differentiation that Olivier mentioned already between completion of the network and modernization of the existing network. Completion of the network comprises all projects which are really building the basic infrastructure, electrifying the railways, improving capacity of a railroad terminal, etc., etc. And in a general envelope and in a cohesion envelope, the bulk of the money is foreseen for that, 60 and 85%. Within those allocations, we are focusing on the core network, which according to the TEN-T regulation has to be realized by 2030, while 15% are foreseen for the comprehensive network, whose deadline is 2050. The second part then is the modernization of the existing network. Olivier mentioned it. This is how to optimize the use of the existing network by digital means, by traffic management systems, etc., where we have a considerable amount of money in the general envelope as well, and in the cohesion envelope we have 15% as well. So this is how the CEF regulation already decided on the allocation of the budget in rough terms. Where do we stand now in the implementation of the CEF, which runs from 21 to 27? We are only in 23. We have already allocated over 50% of the budget. Olivier mentioned 15 billion out of 25, with the call for proposals of 21 and 22. So with this call now, we are even further accelerating the implementation. This front loading has been made necessary by several factors which were not foreseeable at the time of adopting the CEF regulation itself. I mentioned the Russian war of aggression. We had high inflation, we had COVID, etc. All this requiring that we front load budget and make it available much quicker to our projects, which are in dire need of support. And hence, together with the member states, we agreed to do this front loading. This front loading was enshrined in this work program adopted in July this year that I mentioned. So this revision of the work program was the occasion to provide some clarification on certain priorities based on the lessons that we have learned in the first two calls. We have done this budget front loading, which leads to this particular situation that when it comes to the CEF budget will be exhausted in the calls of next year. We, for the time being, do not foresee or cannot foresee any calls after the call of 24, unless we have reflows from projects. Of course, we do not hope that we have reflows because, first of all, we want our project to be successful and be implemented as foreseen. But if ever there would be projects failing to do so, we can withdraw the allocations to them and make it available to other projects in so-called reflow calls, which could then happen later in the MFF period. So the work program foresees two major calls, 23 and 24. The call 23 we are discussing today, which makes available 7 billion euros, and the call 24, where there are 2.55 billion still available, but where we will have no budget anymore for the completion of the TEN-T network under the general envelope. So that budget is going to be exhausted with the 23 call. We have the military mobility call 23 that was mentioned as well, where we are currently in evaluation. The remaining budget has been oversubscribed many times, so we are very confident that the 790 million can be used for very good projects that are going to be selected and where we make the information available beginning of next year on the selected projects. The AFIF, here we are still in the running call with the last cutoff in November this year, but the work program foresees that there will be a new AFIF call to be launched then in the course of 24, normally beginning of 24, with a series of cutoff dates again. The work program also foresees additional budget for technical assistance. So these are all the support measures to member states and all activities around the policy implementation, which are very necessary to progress on our policies. With that, I'm coming to the novelties of the Transport Calls 2023. This is to give you some appetite, basically, for what is coming during the day. I will quickly glance over different new features for this Call 23 compared to the Calls 21 and 22. So as I said, these calls are now based on the revised CEF work program of July this year. For ERTMS, we apply now to the cohesion envelope the same funding approach as under the general envelope. So there's no support for fitment of new rolling stock, for instance, and also a limitation when we speak about retrofitting of locomotives. We are phasing out the rail freight noise. On SESAR, we have a focus on 3 elements that will be explained in a lot of details later on. For the projects removing interoperability barriers, we foresee that now only under the general envelope. On the same goes for the external border checks, which are also only under the general envelope now. We are clarifying that ancillary elements related to enhancing transport infrastructure resilience may be part of any project proposal. I think this summer has shown how important infrastructure resilience is in the different natural disasters we have seen. So here, I really encourage all project promoters to take this really at heart to make sure that whatever we are building is resilient, giving this changing context in which our projects are going to be implemented. We also have synergetic elements, which cannot exceed 20% of the eligible cost. We will dive into the climate proofing of infrastructure later in the presentations as well. So this is a novelty for this call. And when it comes to the duration of our projects, you probably have seen that now it's the projects have to be finished at the latest by 31st of December 2028. For studies, of course, we foresee much shorter implementation periods. For works, it would be max 4 to 5 years. And with that, now we come to the individual transport modes. And we give over, do a short break, and then somebody new will sit here and explain you the rest. Thank you very much.
You're live.
Hello, good morning. This is Francesco Buscaglia. I'm the rail focal point for the CEF Transport program here at CINEA. And today I will give you a very short overview of the calls, the 4 calls under which you can submit railway projects. Notably, we have 2 calls for projects located on the core network, one funded by the general envelope and one under the cohesion envelope, and 2 calls for projects locating on the comprehensive network, again, one under the general envelope and one under the cohesion envelope. And you can find the reference to this call on the header of my slide just in front of you. Under this call, 4 call for proposal, you can submit studies, you can submit works, you can submit mixed projects, meaning for mixed project, project combining a study and a work component. And to this regard, I would like to stress the importance of maturity. So before submitting any proposal, please ask yourself, is my proposal mature enough, my project mature enough to be completed by end of 2028? And this question is particularly important in case of mixed project where the work component depend on the successful completion of the study component. Okay? Having said that, concerning the type of project that can be supported under this four-call proposal, well, there is not that much novelties in comparison to the past, to the 2021 and to 2022 call. Priority is still given to project aiming at building or upgrading cross-border missing links or missing links at all. Project addressing capacity and performance upgrade of existing lines. And for instance, you can have project addressing the removal of bottlenecks or project allowing for train 740 meters long. Then also there is also place for project addressing capacity increase in nodes, also allowing, for instance, a better interconnection between local and regional and long distance traffic. And then there is also option and possibility for interconnection of railways with other modes of transport. Like, for instance, the railway connection between the railway TEN-T network and maritime, inland ports or airports of the TEN-T network. Option also given for the connection of freight terminals to the TEN-T network. Of course, these 10 freight terminals have to be at least in close proximity to the TEN-T network. We are speaking about a range of 30 kilometers about. Yes, and then there is also option for electrification of railway line. And when we speak about electrification, of course, we speak about the electrification of tracks line, but also the deployment of electrification system, like, for instance, the construction of power substations. Having said that, it's important to note also that there is not novelties also about what is not eligible under these four-call proposals. Like in the past, you cannot combine in the same proposal work infrastructure projects like the one mentioned before and ERTMS, GSMR, and interlocking deployment, as these latest components are only eligible under ERTMS on the basis of unit contribution, and this will be further detailed by my colleague in its upcoming presentation in a few minutes. Similar to the past, support is not given to railway stations, with the exception, of course, of the railway infrastructure component of stations. So, for instance, are eligible for funding the tracks in the station, the platform, the accessibility to the platform, technical building, hosting technical equipment, but for sure are not eligible for funding the commercial part of stations, the parking slots, kiss and ride facility, and so on. Concerning the Concerning the funding rate varies between 30 and 50% under general envelope, 30% for instance for works without a cross-border dimension, 50% for works with a cross-border dimension or for studies, and the funding rate is up to 85% under the cohesion envelope. There is a small derogation to this rule, which is represented by a major missing link, cross-border missing link between cohesion countries, as such project can be funded with a funding rate up to 85%, also under the general envelope. To this regard, you may have a question: do we have a list classifying this kind of project, cross-border missing link? No, there is not such a list. It will be up to you in your application to demonstrate that your application, that your project actually qualify as such as a major cross-border missing link between cohesion countries. And with this, it's all from my side, and I kindly give the floor to Piotrek.
Thanks a lot, Francesco. Good morning, everyone. My name is Piotr Glinka, and I'm coordinating the ERTMS portfolio in the agency. And it's my pleasure now to briefly present to you the ERTMS and interoperability topic of the call. So starting with the ERTMS, indeed, here we would like to see only the works projects covering deployment of onboard and trackside. The latter includes as well GSMR and digital interlockings. I mean, not necessarily enclosed, but we are also open there for these components. The key requirement is the compliance with applicable legislation. Of course, the bottom line is still the interoperability directive, but you may also notice that since August this year, there is a new TSI that introduces also baseline 4, keeping still for a number of years baseline 3. So I would like to invite you to take this into account already while preparing your applications. This is notably for elements such like ATO or FRMCS. Nevertheless, the bottom line is baseline 3 prevails, and baseline 4 now, in view of this new legislation, is of course optional. We can also recommend to you to address modularity for onboard applications as well as error corrections in the contracts for the projects that you intend to submit to us. If you will do it, please also address it clearly in your presentation. As already mentioned by Philip, there is no support for fitment, and this applies both for general and cohesion envelope. And we are also not foreseeing the support for retrofitment of vehicles that are put in operation after the end of 2020. Let me stress as well a need for proving that your scope of the project is done as we expect it to be done, so it's TSI compliant and traceable, meaning that you demonstrate that what you did actually corresponds to the scope of the project. This can be demonstrated to us by means of deliverables, which notably can be either ECC declaration or certificate of subsystem verification, as well as application for the authorization to ERA or to MSA. To make sure that your deliverables are correct, Commission also puts at your disposal, free of charge, the support of deployment management team during the course of project implementation, so the retained projects can, on a voluntary basis, benefit from the service. And why these deliverables are so important? Because the support to ERTMS is done by means of unit contributions. So we are not checking any invoices, any financial documents, only technical deliverables matters. What is a unit? For onboard, this is the ERTMS equipment that enables proper functioning of the system in line with TSI requirements. And for trackside, this is 1 kilometer of double track equivalent. As you may see now on this table, we've got different categories of units, depending whether we speak about retrofitment, upgrades, serial, prototype, international, national. Similarly, we've got the split for different trackside interventions. You may just take into account as well that sometimes under onboard, certain type of vehicles require more than one onboard unit per vehicle. This is notably the case for certain types of train sets. Please take it into account while preparing your presentation, because if you ask for less than you can, we will not give you more. I think for ERTMS this would be all. Then let's now go to the interoperability topic of the core. Here, in principle, we are open for works, studies, and mixed projects that you may propose to us. The bottom line is compliance with interoperability directive. Since this is sustainable and smart mobility topic, let's say, or part of the topic, we would see predominantly the projects contributing to TAF and TAP TSI, which, by the way, are now subject to revision, and most probably we will see soon one TSI covering both domains, but we're also open to any other TSIs. Please know that the project that can also address closing any open points that are still there in the TSIs are also very much welcome under this topic. What examples can we provide? Any enhancement of communication of cross-border, any enhancement or improvement of cooperation between railway undertakings, infra managers, and other transport bodies like ports and terminals and so on. last element, which is not directly linked with TSI, is the automatic gauge change facilities. Here, the works are also expected to build these facilities, as well as terminals and equipment necessary for the transfer between the different track gauges. Here, the support is in the form of the real cost contribution, and since this is a general envelope, you can be granted up to 50% of your actual costs. And I think this brings me to the end of my presentation. I'm leaving the floor to my colleagues to present other topics. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maria Janeva. I am Program Coordination Manager at CENEA and focal point for maritime ports and waterways of the sea under CEF Transport. It's my pleasure to present today to you the maritime related topics under the Maritime and Inland Ports cluster. We're going to start with the maritime ports projects on the core and comprehensive network. The topic is open for submission under the goals for the core and comprehensive network. The types of projects that can be supported may include works, studies, and mixed projects. We do finance provision of safe port access in forms of breakwaters, access channels, fairways, locks, and navigational aids. Moreover, under these topics, support can be provided for basic port infrastructure in the forms of turning basins, quay walls, berths, jetties, backwheels, and reclamation. I would like to emphasize that the backwheels and land reclamation can be supported only if the purpose of it is to create space for construction of other basic port infrastructure, for example, a berth, quay walls, etc. That means that if the intention is to increase surface or to create new terminals, logistics, cargo handling areas, then these are type of interventions that could not be supported. Under the basic port infrastructure, priority will be given to projects that address development of zero or low emission multimodal solutions, including basic port infrastructure for improving the interconnection between the maritime transport and inland waterways, projects addressing basic port infrastructure that will help the transportation activities of the offshore wind farms and improving connectivity with remote insular and outermost regions, or of member states with no land border with another member state. With regard to the basic port infrastructure for offshore wind farms, I would like to bring to your attention that the support is strictly limited to the basic port infrastructure. For example, constructing a heavy loading quay walls, deep berths that are needed to support the transportation of the heavy components of the offshore wind farms. This means that support cannot be given to develop facilities for offshore wind farm terminals, manufacturing facilities, operation, maintenance, etc. We have also provided further explanation on this topic in a dedicated frequently asked question. Under the maritime ports topics, we could also provide support for shore-side electricity supply for vessels, including cruise ships. These projects can cover upgrade of the electrical grid if this is needed for the shore-side electricity supply. Port reception facilities for oil and other waste from ships, as well as projects ensuring year-round navigability by means of capital dredgings and ice-breaking facilities could also be supported. Please note that the capital dredging can be supported only if the objective is, or the primary objective is, to remove the bottlenecks for the EU short sea shipping. Providing or improving inland waterways, rail, road access and connections within the maritime port could be supported as well. Nevertheless, there is limitation with regard to the support that can be given for hinterland road access. This can be supported only if rail access to or within a maritime port does not exist, or it's not currently under construction. And at the same time, the road access should address significant bottleneck. The maritime ports topic, the proposal submitted under the maritime ports topic could also include renewable energy generation in a maritime port, but this can be treated as synergetic element for works projects only, meaning that it can be financed up to 20% of the total budget of the proposal, and it should be presented in new application as a separate cost category D3 and a separate work package. I would like to mention a couple of important points with regard to the maritime ports topics. The location has to be the geographical area of the maritime ports listed in Annex 2 of the TEN-T regulation. This means that if there are merged port entities or entities managing more than one maritime port, then only the geographical area of the maritime port, which is named, indicated in Annex 2 of the TEN-T regulation, may be included in the project. If more than one port is involved in a project, then that is fine, but all project activities in the different ports need to be coherent and need to be contributing to a common objective of the project. We also can provide support to utilities installations, key furniture, etc., provided this is an integral part of a relevant basic port infrastructure being the main element of the project. What does it mean? It means if proposal has in its scope only fixed ramp without construction or upgrade of quay walls, then this is not eligible intervention. Also, no support can be provided for infrastructure dedicated to cruise ships, except short-side electricity, to shipyards, maintenance dredging, dredgers and dredging equipment, cargo fields, warehouses, etc. We move to the projects that could be financed under the European Maritime Single Window topic, and this topic is predominantly targeting the member states. It has the aim to assist them to align the national maritime single windows for maritime reporting with the new legal framework of the European Maritime Single Window environment. Several delegated and implementing acts have been already put in place, containing the European Maritime Single Window dataset, specifications of the harmonized reporting interface, and other characteristics of the single windows. As the requirements will be applicable as of 15th of August 2025, this is maybe the last opportunity to apply for CEF support. In addition to this topic, under the same call for smart and interoperable mobility, support could be provided for vessel traffic monitoring and information systems. This topic supports the development and upgrade of vessel traffic monitoring and information systems, but not only that, we could also provide support for maritime port community systems and other relevant custom information systems. Priority will be nevertheless given to projects that are implementing the VHF data exchange systems, vessel traffic services for monitoring and communication needs for the surveillance of autonomous ships and shipping, as well as implementation of mandatory reporting systems, such as additional features that are related to the ship-to-shore reporting. And the last topic related to maritime under this cluster is the motorways of the sea that can be supported under sustainable and multimodal mobility call. We do finance works, studies and mixed projects with maximum co-funding rate of 50%. Under this topic, we have two types of actions. One type is financing port infrastructure, hinterland connections and dedicated terminals where required to establish a new link or to expand an existing short sea shipping link. Here we finance a bit more than under the maritime ports topics. For example, improvement of port handling capacity, construction or upgrade of freight and passenger terminals, safe and secure parkings in the ports, investments in customs, phytosanitary, immigration or security facilities, provided that these are needed for the short sea shipping link. In addition, we also finance provision of inland waterways, railroad, last mile connections to the ports, basic port infrastructure, provision of safe port access, short-site electricity as well, including upgrade of the electrical grid and digitalization of port operations. The motorways of the sea topic excludes support to administrative buildings, passenger car parks, warehouses, storage areas, and mobile superstructure. The condition for this type of actions is that at least one core network port of a member state and another core or comprehensive network port of another member state must be involved, and the investments between the two ports must be balanced. The last type of projects that can be financed is the so-called wider benefits actions, which are not linked to a specific maritime port, but they do facilitate provision and use of the short sea shipping. Such projects can be covering ICT platforms development and deployment, facilities for ice breaking, including icebreakers and other activities to ensure year-round navigability. These type of projects, as I said, should benefit the wider maritime community and must include the participation of at least two entities from two different member states. It is not necessary these entities to be maritime ports, but they have to come from two member states. That was for the maritime part of the cluster, and now my colleague will continue with the inland waterways and ports. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Nadia Shelafa, the focal point here at CENEA for inland waterway transport and river information services. I will present the inland waterways and inland port topics first, and then river information services. So by way of introduction, I would like to first underline, may sound obvious, that these topics are here to develop inland waterway transport infrastructure and inland waterway transport in general. You have here with inland waterways and inland ports topics, 4 different ones, 2 focusing on the core network and 2 on the comprehensive network, each with the general envelope and cohesion envelope. It's important to note that the comprehensive network topics are only for inland ports, comprehensive inland ports. So if you are thinking of applying for the upgrade of a 10T waterway, this has to be done under one of the 2 core topics. Then the other thing that's important is to note, so I've got 2 slides here, one on inland waterways, the other one on inland ports. The 2 are actually part of the same topic, and they can actually be combined. So you may, depending on the needs, depending on the situation, depending on the bottleneck to be removed, improvements that are needed, you can focus on the inland waterways needs or focus on inland ports, but the 2 can also be done together, where you have a navigation corridor and axis where, in order to shift freight to the waterway, you may need improvements in both an inland port, several, and the waterway that they are located on. So this is a possibility that exists. Now, on the waterway, there are here a range of improvements that can be made. So it is upgrading the waterway to make the navigation conditions better, safer, more efficient, to make inland waterway transport more attractive. This will include calibration of the waterway by widening, deepening, straightening. There are different types of calibration investments, or we can be looking at the creation of a new 10T waterway. And I say 10T, this a new waterway will already have been identified on the 10T map. On the waterway, you have the objects, the locks, the dams, the bridges. These may need an upgrade or reconstruction. to increase capacity or increase reliability of navigation. This is eligible. Automation of waterway infrastructure in being able to control remotely the objects is possible, and that might include, if need be, the creation of a remote control center. And then we are looking at interconnection between the inland waterways and maritime transport, which we've already heard in the previous presentation about. This is possible here, and we'll be looking at the increase of inland waterway transport as a means of hinterland transport. The last point concerns the waterside infrastructure, which here we're looking at infrastructure that can be funded along the waterway, not in TEN-T ports. So along the waterway, it can be mooring infrastructure, it can be transshipment infrastructure on the waterway, and or in either in places like a lock or anywhere where it may be needed, for example, to moor boats, such as boats with dangerous goods, or it can be in a terminal which is not listed as a TEN-T port, but a terminal where transshipment and OPS charging for the vessels will be made possible. We're not talking about expansion of these terminals, but purely the waterside infrastructure, so the quays, the embankments, whatever's needed for navigation. And as always, the funding rates are 50% for the general envelope topics and 85% for the cohesion ones. And I shall move on to inland ports, still so part of the same topic. Here, the type of projects that will be supported are the access of the inland ports, or improving the access of the inland ports to the waterways, and vice versa, with the removal of obstacles or the a lock, anything that makes the access of barges, possibly bigger barges, difficult to the inland ports. Basic port infrastructure with typically the construction or the extension of quays and also embankments where barges can moor, shoreside electricity, and port reception facilities for waste from ships. Also, it's not written here, but degassing facilities. Ensuring year-round navigability, this can be done through capital dredging, for example, to improve the entrance of the port, ice-breaking facilities. Now here they have to be justified by weather conditions, and we would be looking at statistics that there really has been ice in the past years, or cross-disciplinary digital information operation systems to manage the water level. And finally, the railroad connections within the port. These are just a series of remarks. I invite you, they're not exhaustive, and I think that there are just a few that are being highlighted here, but you really do need to look at the FAQs, where you have a lot more material to work with when preparing your proposal. So I've just mentioned the cross-disciplinary digital information operation systems, which are possible, eligible in order to increase or improve year-round navigability. Other types of digitalization measures or investments would not be eligible here. They really have to be submitted under the CMOP-GEN River Information Services topic. They would be port community systems or general port information systems and river information services in general. All of these will go in the topic that I will present next. The other thing you really need to pay attention to is to not focus proposals on facilities, superstructure, it is possible to include in an inland waterway or inland port topic proposal some equipment, some superstructure, but it must be just a small part of the proposal. It has to be integrated in a transport infrastructure project. There are some examples there. They really mustn't be the bulk of the investment that is proposed in the application. And they must benefit inland waterway transport. Fencing and monitoring systems in inland ports are not supported. And finally, onshore power supply is eligible. It's eligible for inland vessels, including cruise vessels, but not for other modes of transport. So even if the same charging station could be used for other types of transport, like buses, and this is not eligible, or at least the cost related to that wouldn't be. Only OPS insofar as it benefits vessels. Finally, river information services. So we are looking at essentially onboard or land-based telematics applications. We're looking at digitalizing and automating the sector. There is risk already on all the waterways, I believe. So the types of projects that will be supported will be mostly fine-tuning, improving what is already there. Whatever technology systems and services exist, they will be fine-tuned, but in coherence with EU-wide risk systems. So really, they should be integrated in existing initiatives, or at least they should complement them in order not to duplicate systems and in order to go away from the harmonization that is an objective. So the objectives such as reducing the administrative burden and elimination of paper flow, recording, or the once-only principle for registering goods, all of these should be taken into consideration. There should be also applications should take into consideration the developments in DTLF and EFTI regulation. So in general, please take into consideration that where risk would be developed or fine-tuned in an inland port, which is a mixed port, as in inland and maritime port, these solutions must benefit inland waterway vessels, not maritime vessels. And the unique co-financing rate for these proposals is 50%. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alina Mana. I am Program Coordination Manager for Multimodal Logistic Platforms and Passenger Hubs and focal point for multimodality in SINEA. And it is my pleasure to kick off the presentation for the next cluster, namely the roads, railroad terminals, and multimodal logistic platforms. To start with roads, When it comes to the specific type of infrastructure, the eligibility is limited as compared to other transport modes such as rail. You've seen it in the morning. We refer to projects that cover pre-identified road links stipulated in the CEF regulation. And I would invite you to check the section 1 and 2 of part 3 of the annex to the regulation. Moreover, priority would be given to cross-border links on the core network. So whenever it is the case, this project will have higher priority. In addition, for those member states with no land border with another member state, there are special clauses, namely the entire Road 20 network is eligible, and we are referring to the core network. Moreover, the road connections to maritime, inland ports, and railroad terminals are as well eligible, but we should not notice that our aim is not to increase the road capacity. Therefore, these road connections are eligible only if they address a significant bottleneck. Moreover, for ports, both maritime and inland waterway, another conditionality exists, namely there shouldn't be any existing rail connection or any rail connection in construction. What we finance here are projects for works, studies, and mixed, both under the general envelope and under the cohesion envelope. Under the general envelope, we go with the standard funding rates of maximum 30% for works, 50% for studies, while for the cohesion envelope, the funding rate is of maximum 85%. This being said, we can move forward to the railroad terminals and the multimodal logistic platforms. In this particular topic, we support the construction and upgrade of the railroad terminals, the combined transport transshipment mode, that refers in particular to the intermodal terminals, as well as other publicly accessible multimodal logistic platforms. All these platforms, terminals, should be located on the TEN-T network, comprehensive and core TEN-T network, or it is possible to be in the proximity of the network with a rail connection of approximately 20-30 kilometers to the network. What is eligible, in addition, connecting and siding tracks, adaptation for 740 meters train length, vehicle and container waiting areas, and in this particular case, vehicle referred for vehicle transporting cargo, freight. Moreover, if part of a larger context of the project, power connections, electrification, adaptation for reduction of power use can be eligible. Under this topic, in addition, we can support clean transshipment equipment for intermodal loading units. And I would like to stress that we refer only to zero emission equipment and only those addressing intermodal of the transshipment of intermodal units, namely swap bodies, containers, semi-trailers, etc. So no equipment is eligible for bulk cargo. Another component that is eligible under this topic is the ICT equipment and the application for serving interoperability, digital transport data, terminal handling activities such as the photo gates, automatic check-in, check-out equipment. Support will not be given to buildings, storage and warehouse facilities. So please take this into consideration while setting up your proposal. In addition, besides the measures for energy efficiency, you may provide in your proposals elements related to on-site renewable energy, but only for works projects. And this energy should be used primarily for the terminal activities. This is a synergetic element, therefore must not go beside 20% of the total eligible project value of the project. In addition, I would like to stress that all these terminals should ensure a public, open public access for all operators with a non-discriminatory basis. Moreover, whenever you set your application, please carefully read the description of the topics, because you might have investment that could be eligible under different topics. This might be the case for terminals in maritime ports. You may find eligible investment under the rail topic, under the maritime topic, under the railroad terminals, multimodal logistic platforms. So please carefully look into all these topics and shape your proposal in line with the eligibility conditions of the topic, and of course submit it wherever you consider more appropriate. There is also the possibility you submit twin proposals, namely you have a global project that you split in different applications to be submitted under different topics. As previously mentioned, for the road component, the projects to be supported refer to work studies and mixed proposals. Again, we have available the general envelope with the maximum funding rate of 30% for works, 50% for studies, and the cohesion envelope with 85% maximum funding rate. This being said, thank you very much. Handing over for the next topic.
Good morning. Switching to the topic of intelligent transport systems for roads, ITS. These are projects that we've been supporting for a long time now, and so we continue building on existing deployment and upgrade of ITS infrastructure and services, including the upgrade of the national access points. They've all been established, of course, but we continue working on upgrading them to make ever more information available to travelers. The call also still includes the deployment of CITS stations. This is, of course, to provide CITS services. The strategy has not changed, so we apply the hybrid communication approach defined back in 2016 in the European CITS strategy, which I should like to emphasize means compatibility with the specifications developed by the C-Roads platform, as well as interoperability with existing stations that are already out there, either on the road or in vehicles. So it is important that specifications are followed, because otherwise we will not ensure interoperability and therefore there will not be continuity of services. And the second important element, of course, is that to enable trust, CITS deployments should be in line with the security certificate policy for deployment and operation of European CITS. We have been working closely on that for many years with the colleagues in the Joint Research Center. The maximum co-funding rate for this call is 50%. This is for the general envelope. And that's it.
Good morning. My name is Martin Boška, and I will present you first the safe and secure parking infrastructure. Under this topic, we support works projects aiming at the development of new safe and secure parking area infrastructure, and also the upgrade of existing safe and secure parking areas. In both cases, the parking areas have to be certified according to the regulation, EU regulation 1012 from 2022. We also support the optimization of the use of the existing parking areas through the deployment of static and dynamic information. Here, I would like to point out that it should be in accordance with the EU regulation 885 from 2013. Please note that projects should be located on TEN-T network or on one of its nodes. If it's not the case, then please provide a justification of its utility for the functioning of the TEN-T network. Please note that also that we support only elements that are set out in the service and security standards of the EU regulation 1012/2022. The maximum co-funding under general envelope is 50%, and under the cohesion envelope is 85%. The next topic I would like to present you is road safety. Here we support work studies and mixed projects aiming at upgrading of existing road infrastructure or road sections on the core and comprehensive network, which have poor safety rating or are prone to high accident occurrence. The aim of these projects is to increase the safety on these sections. In particular, what it means is we look for projects that will systematically improve the inbuilt safety of the roads. We will also look for projects that implement measures identified during the network-wide road safety assessment, projects that look at hotspots also identified during network-wide road safety assessment. And we also will support deploying of digital information systems that should aim at improving the road safety and the safety in the tunnels, and also aim at the enforcement of the road safety. The only element that we will, no, not the only, but one of the elements that we will certainly not support is construction of new infrastructure. I forgot to mention also that this topic is only under the cohesion envelope and is supported with 85%. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thanks to all the colleagues who have already presented their priorities. We are running slightly ahead of schedule, which is certainly unforeseen, but which allows us maybe to take a 10-minute break before we continue with the SESAR and the air traffic management systems, because then we still have quite some agenda to go through, so a little break might do some good for all of us. So we take up again at 11:30 as foreseen in the agenda. Stay tuned, but have a coffee or whatever you need right now. Thank you. ahead.
Good. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Marco De Ciccio. I am the SESAR team leader in the Commission's Single European Sky unit. And together with my colleagues Paco Salaber and Alfredo Gomez, we will present to you the 3 air traffic management topics of the 2023 CEF call for proposals. So we are proposing to fund projects that address three domains. A third series of SESAR demonstrators, digital sky demonstrators, projects which aim at implementing communication, navigation, and surveillance enablers. And finally, a selection of air traffic management or ATM functionalities from Common Project 1, but we'll go into details on these various strange names. What is important to say that all 3 of these topics contribute to modernizing Europe's ATM system, ensuring that all types of aircraft, manned or unmanned, can fly optimal flight trajectories in all conditions, making flights safer, more efficient, and in particular contributing to reducing the environmental impact of air transport. Now, in the slide that you see now, no, previous one, thank you. So just to give you a bit of context, the air traffic management modernization is a priority for the Union. And it's implemented through a comprehensive legal framework which constitutes the Union's Single European Sky initiative. Today, the Single European Sky fully integrates the policy objectives of the Green Deal and the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy, which represent, in a way, the Union's blueprint for a transition to a greener mobility that requires a strong contribution from the aviation sector, including air traffic management. So in particular, the objective of air traffic ATM modernization is to make Europe the most efficient and environmentally friendly sky to fly in the world. As you see from the slide, the Single European Sky initiative comprises 3 main pillars: economic regulation, which addresses performance, defines performance objectives for the air navigation service providers. It regulates the pricing of the provision of air navigation services. The second pillar is the airspace organization and the use, which addresses more the operational aspects at network level, and also the flexible use of airspace between civil and military users. And finally, the technological innovation pillar, which is none other than the SESAR project. And you can see from the slide in the bottom right corner, SESAR project is an innovation cycle which comprises 3 phases: a definition phase, which results in the European ATM Master Plan, which is a common roadmap agreed by all stakeholders and endorsed by member states, setting a bit the scene or the vision for the future ATM systems in Europe, which we define as the digital European sky. Second phase is the development phase, which is run by the SESAR joint undertaking, a union body in the form of a public-private partnership, which carries out all the research, development, and validation activities in the ATM sector in Europe. And it delivers SESAR solutions. And finally, the deployment phase, where we propose those solutions for deployment in the operational environment. And this can happen in 2 ways: either voluntary, meaning that operational stakeholders, the airports, the airlines, the air navigation service providers, can pick and choose the SESAR solutions which are more useful or needed for their particular environment. Or it's mandated, legally mandated, so mandated by law, the implementation of some solutions, and this we do through the common projects, and we'll see this in the next slide, a bit closer. So this is a closer view of the innovation cycle. So you see we start from the definition phase, basically where we develop concepts, new concepts for ATM modernization. They are included in the ATM Master Plan, which, as I said, defines the vision for the future systems, which is the digital European sky. Then they are brought into the development phase. Basically, they're given to the SESAR joint undertaking, who performs research and development, and then validates these solutions, which then become SESAR solutions, validated SESAR solutions, which are then pushed into deployment, either in a voluntary manner or in a mandated manner by law through what we call common projects. And as you see, the three topics of this year's calls address or contribute to the innovation cycle. So basically, the digital sky demonstrators, again under the control of the SESAR joint undertaking, contribute to the development phase, in particular the validation activities. And then the CNS enablers and the Common Project 1 functionalities are in the deployment part. So you see, this call is really contributing, trying to facilitate the implementation of these phases. What is interesting to tell you as a last point is that you see we move from definition to development and into deployment, then into operations. And from the experience of the operations, the operational reality, the needs for the future systems or the shortcomings that we could find in the operations then feed back into the definition phase, and then the cycle starts over again. So this is a very unique approach to innovation, in particular ATM innovation that we have in Europe. So now we could go into more detailed description of the different topics, and I pass the floor to Alfredo.
Thanks, Marco. So I'm Alfredo Gómez Segura, working for SESAR Joint Undertaking, and I'm going to introduce you the first of the topics dealing with digital sky demonstrators. The digital sky demonstrators, or we call it DSDs, are activities that aim at bridging the gap between development and deployment for those solutions that are required to deliver the digital European sky. So they represent platforms for those early movers that want to actually implement the sooner the better these SESAR solutions, and to accelerate the market uptake of the output of the SESAR development phase. Those digital sky demonstrators require the involvement of ground and airborne industry when required, depending on the topic and the type of SESAR solution that is planned to be demonstrated. They should be executed by operational ATM actors, like typically NSPs, NM, airlines, etc., executed across European airspace. And because of the target maturity level that they are aiming at, they have to be closely connected with the standardization and regulatory activities to ensure that all the standards and regulatory material required for the implementation is ready at the end of the demonstrator. The target maturity level is tier 8. Unless it's specified in the technical specifications. There are some specific areas that are opportunities where we can accept a lower level of maturity than tier 8. The DSDs, the DSDs that I'm going to describe now are contributing to 3 of the flagships that we have in the strategic innovation agenda in ATM. You see the 3 of them are in the right of the slide. Now, next, please. The first one is dealing with GBAS demonstrations linked to environmental benefits in TMA and airports around Europe. And it aims at implementing GBAS CASD ground stations, able to process signals from Galileo and XV2, and allowing as well to enable CAT3 landings, but also considering the reversion scenarios to CAT2. We expect to have a minimum number of CAT3 landings enabled by GBAS CASD, around 100, and it should consider the equipment of a sufficient number of aircraft, around 20. The area that we describe now is also aiming at demonstrating enhanced green approach procedures that are supported by GBAS, and this should be done at least in 6 airports around Europe in different states. The second area is dealing with TBO demonstrators, or trajectory-based operations, that is aiming at demonstrating or starting to demonstrate all the operational and technical capabilities that are related to ATS V2 beyond CP1 scope, and the FFI's release 2. And it also considers solutions that have been delivered by SESAR in the past, dealing with trajectory-based operations, like, for example, the uplink of closed trajectory regions instead of using vectors, or the ICAO descent via procedures in combination with the Recruit Flight Management System, FMS, function, and the EPP downlink. Next, please. The third one relates to long-haul flights, aiming at defining flexible and efficient flight trajectories. It is expected to cover particularly oceanic flights that would require coordination between the European and the American partners, and leverage available satellite networks when required. It is also an opportunity to bring to TRL8 some capabilities that are required for some concepts, like the wake energy retrieval ATM concept that is under research in the industrial research program under the SGU, and to bring them to TRL8. And these new airport capabilities should be demonstrated at least in partners that are actually representative of these long-haul operations. The fourth one is trying to demonstrate solutions that aim at making European airports greener, and in particular, the introduction of a number of environmental indicators for the daily operations of the airport, so they can identify metrics and indicators to trigger, let's say, how to better interact with the operation at the airport and reduce the environmental impact of the operations. There are, let's say, a number of potential solutions that the airports can put in place to reduce the number of the quantity of emissions or the impact on noise in or close to the airport. And the last one is dealing with the scalable and resilient network management operations. There are a number of solutions that we have delivered in the past RNA programs, dealing with the improvement of the network performance, like, for example, dynamic service configuration and integration between the network and local tools, the integration of the mission trajectory in the planning phase, or the consideration of species priorities whenever there is a capacity constraint situation on arrivals. On top of these related solutions for the network management, there are also a connection with the airports, and there are two main areas. One is the anticipation of the exchange of departure planning information from hub airports with the network manager, and also the connection of regional airports with the NEM beyond the scope of let's see, the list of airports that are considered by CP1. Finally, there are as well opportunities to address the delegation of ATS services based on virtual center, in particular those use cases that have not been covered fully by running demonstrators from previous calls, like typically the inter-ATM data service provider use cases, are or considered new ADSP services delivery model, como for example, the automatic speech recognition on a cloud-based. Next one. So now for some call specificities. So for this call, the applicants are free to select a number of the different elements that are described in the call specifications and to build a proposal. The grant duration is 36 months. And it is important for you to know that the proposal should comply as well with the execution framework that we have put in place for the technical activities in the what we call SESAR project handbook that should be available via the link. And that's all. I pass the floor to Paco.
Good morning, it's Paco Salaver, working for Marco in the Single European Sky unit in DG Move. So I'm going to present the topic on CNS, communication, navigation, and surveillance, that, as Marco has explained, is one of the technical enablers for SESAR deployment. So the objective of this topic is to support achieving the policy objectives of the European Union in terms of improving safety, capacity, reduce environmental impact, and improve cost efficiency that were set in the related regulations on navigation, that is PDM, on data link for communication, and on ADSB implementation through the regulation on surveillance. So these regulations now have been moved to the EASA framework since September, but let's say the objectives in terms of content remain the same. This is something that we started to support last year, and now I'm going to present for the three topics on CNS. The first one is on PDM. The objective of this is to support implementation of the requirements of the 2030 implementation deadline by improving the airspace around airports, what is called terminal area, with implementation of procedures that can provide policy benefits. So this activity can be complemented by aircraft being equipped with either with EGNOS SBAS capabilities or with the avionics that will be able to that are needed to fly these new procedures in terminal areas. So the funding rate, there is a modulation on the funding rate, by which if there is decommissioning plans or synchronization can get up to 40%, and if it gets both things, the commissioning plan and synchronization can go up to 50%. For the aircraft equipage, it's up to 50%. So next topic, it's next slide, please. Yeah, next topic, it's on ADSB, that is related to the surveillance regulation. On this, the synchronization is mandatory. We are trying to put forward requirements that are beyond what is in the regulation and to cover some space users that were not targeted by the regulation. But here there is opportunity to have incentives to engage with those space users, in particular general aviation and military, and to do this in a synchronized manner with the ground, so the NSPs can are invited to present their projects in consortium with space users to make operational use of ADSB data. In that case, in this case, the funding can go up to 50% for the cost of deploying and make use of operational use of ADSB. So, want to make clear that the deployment of other technologies like radars is not eligible for funding in this call.
Okay.
And there is one slide on data link. Yeah. The last slide is on the data link. Here we want to support the space users that have facing problems, interoperability, identify technical interoperability problems. So this is an opportunity to upgrade, to provide incentives and to support the upgrade of the avionics, and also for optimizing the use of the VDL-Mod2 technology by offloading some of the non-critical traffic by other means. And this, in this case, we have funding provisions to cover up to 50% of the cost. So that's the last one on my side. Back to you, Mark.
Yes, thank you. Very quickly, a bit over time. The last topic is the Common Project 1. I mentioned Common Project as part of the mandatory deployment of certain SESAR solutions. Common Project 1 is an implementing regulation which includes 6 ATM functionalities, which is a group of functions, operational and technical functions that need to be, by law, need to be implemented in specific areas. It's basically it's based on SESAR solutions, but not all the solutions. Those solutions which bring the best performance benefits to the network, and that requires synchronized deployment. This is why they are mandated and they're not on a voluntary basis. So there are 6 ATM functionalities, which are then described how to deploy these functionalities, described in the SESAR deployment program, which is established by the SESAR deployment manager, and there's some supporting material that helps stakeholders understand exactly what needs to be done, when, where, and how. This call only addresses a subsection, a selection of ATM functionalities, so AF1, 2, 4, and 5, and some of the functionalities. These have been determined on the basis of the outcome of the current deployment of Common Project 1, so where there are some gaps, where there's an urgency to move faster. This is why we only address these topics. And just to give you some clarifications on how to present the applications, the reference for the implementation project, which presented under this topic, is the SESAR Deployment Program 2022 edition, which is available on the SESAR Deployment website, on the Commission website, and is also referred to in the call webpage. The SESAR Deployment Manager must be the coordinator of the implementation projects under the applications presented under this topic. and they must fully implement the sub-functionalities which are indicated in the call, meaning that there must be milestones that need to be clearly indicated and achieved. Failure to achieve these milestones could entail financial or administrative penalties. Another point that we'd like to highlight is this is kind of a last chance for funding, an approach that we're applying because we want to encourage early movers. So these priorities which are in the call this year may not be presented again in future calls. So this is really to encourage people to move fast. I think that would be enough to go on to the next topics. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning. I'm Victoire Champenois, working in DG Move in the unit B4 on the ITS topic, and I will present today two specific calls. The first one on focusing very much on data for all modes. The type of projects that are supported by this call are focusing on the one hand on the creation, collection, management, sharing and dissemination of transport, traffic and travel data in all modes, with the objective really to enhance interoperability and digitization of processes. And the purpose is also, of course, to support proper implementation of our directive on intelligent transport system, as well as supplementing delegated acts stemming from this directive. The second part of the call and type of project that can be supported cover projects related to increasing the availability of data for transport safety, urban vehicle access regulation, UVAs, other projects of collaborative logistic and multimodal travel, with the objective to make this data available to the relevant public transport authorities or also private stakeholders, in particular with the aim to enhance mobility management and traffic management and the implementation of our SUMI Sustainable Urban Mobility Indicators project. This call will fund projects focusing on work, studies, or a mix between works and studies. And the maximum co-funding for the general envelope is 50%. Moving on to the next slide and the next call, focusing this time on another related topic, not on data, but new technology and innovation. This call focuses specifically on studies, including also potentially pilots. The funding rate, the maximum co-funding rate is 50% for the general envelope. And the type of project that can be supported are really project focusing on the development of new technologies and innovation, including, for example, project on automation, integrated infrastructure capacity and traffic management, enhanced transport services and modal integration, such as MDMS projects or multimodal digital mobility services, which include also mobility as a service project that can be developed in urban areas. Thank you very much.
So good morning. My name is Panagiotis Jordanopoulos, and from the side of SINEA, I am the coordinator of the EFTI topic. The objective of this topic is actually to support the member states towards the development and the implementation of ITS platforms in accordance with the regulation on the electronic freight transport information. Eligible projects here could be either works, studies, or mixed projects. And with the main focus, the development from the side of the member states of any of or part of or all the components of ITS platforms that needs to be used by the responsible authorities in order for them to have access and to electronically process information, freight information, in accordance with the provision of the regulation and its implementing and delegated acts. Other tasks that are eligible could include pilot testing and exchange of information of existing ITS platforms of various economic operators in occasion that they are adapted in order to meet the specifications of the regulation and its delegated acts. Additionally, tasks could include knowledge sharing and good practices and changes among the member states, including the development and implementation of technical implementation guides. And finally, raising awareness campaigns and communication measures, as well as trainings, could also be part of possible projects in order for the responsible officials to be educated and training for the use of such platforms. All projects are related to the general envelope with a maximum co-financing rate of 50%. And with this, I can give the floor to my colleagues for the following topic.
Good afternoon. My name is Alina Mana. I am focal point for the urban nodes and multimodal passengers hubs in Sinea. And it's my pleasure to kick off the presentation of the Sustainable and Safe Mobility Cluster with the topic multimodal passengers hubs. So basically, under this topic, we support projects that allow for seamless connection between and with available long-distance transport modes. And here we refer to land connection to or between railway station, to or between airports and or ports. So basically, these are the main nodes on the TEN-T network. Projects, however, that referred to rail connections should be submitted under the rail topic. Moreover, connections with other type of public transport infrastructure may be supported only in these particular cases where rail connections do not exist and are not planned. In addition, the project should be located in an urban node of the core network, and I would invite you to visit our published FAQs in reference to the geographical area of the urban node, should be part of a sustainable urban mobility plan or of an equivalent plan with a very specific indication of the location of the project. Why we mention this? Because we look into projects that comes with study and will further mature to works. So we refer to not to concepts, but really to projects that are included in the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan. And again, if you're interested in what the equivalent plan should comprise, what we refer to, this again is covered by an FAQ published on our website. Improve accessibility for all users. This should be considered when setting up the project. May include safe connections with cycle infrastructure and shared mobility solutions, but this should not be the core part of the project, but should be included in a wider project. And the projects may include studies for infrastructure, for access to public transport, and transfers between transport modes within an existent or future planned multimodal passenger hub. It is important whenever you set the project to think on the priority and urgency on the relevance of the project for the TEN-T. because basically the scope of the project should serve the TEN-T, should serve the smooth connection between the regional transport and the nodes of the core network, as previously mentioned, rail, airports, ports, these long-distance transport modes. Moreover, there are elements that are supported with conditionality, namely buildings in hubs. The studies for the buildings can be funded only for their component related to the transport operations, such as commuting of passengers between different transport modes. So this is the focus on the commuting of the passengers between the different transport modes. I would like to add that we finance only studies and only under the general envelope. Therefore, the percentage of funding is of maximum 50%. That being said, this was my intervention, and thank you very much. I hand over for the next topic.
Thank you, Alina. And yeah, I'm back again, Philippe Chantren, to present you two more topics. So stay with us. Two important topics still. The first one on transport infrastructure resilience. I mentioned it earlier. This summer again has shown all the risks that our infrastructure is facing in terms of natural disasters and impacts on the infrastructure. So we are continuing to look out for projects which will improve the transport infrastructure resilience. And this should happen then through infrastructure upgrades or smart monitoring systems. So this is, of course, here in the CEF mainly should concern TEN-T infrastructure as identified in the TEN-T regulation. And this support or the need of the support has to be demonstrated by the project promoter in two ways. First, that if there would be no action undertaking, if there would be no project, the project promoter would have to show that there are high risks for the infrastructure to be impacted by natural disasters. And second condition, we expect that there is a national adaptation plan or a strategy of the member state, and that the project fits into this wider plan or strategy to make sure that we are not financing isolated actions, but really a part of an overall strategy. Of course, you have seen the amounts that are available under this call, so for sure we will not be able to finance huge projects, but I think if these are important developments concerning the one or the other infrastructure in particular, we are looking for some projects from which we all can learn. As I said earlier this morning as well, the resilience is something that is more and more relevant when we are building infrastructure. So again, our call to take this into consideration when you are designing and planning your infrastructure, and we would expect this to be the case for all works that we are co-funding. So this elements then which address resilience would also be eligible in a standard proposal under one of the classical topics. The co-funding rate, you see, works 30%, studies 50% in the general envelope, and in the cohesion envelope, 85%. Last but not least, we have the actions on the external border check purposes. So here, the aim is to have projects which facilitate traffic flows at the external borders of the European Union. We are looking at improving border crossing points and their functioning, which includes then, for instance, also parking spaces in the border area, which can be connected to the border crossing points. So this is, of course, particularly important in the light of the ongoing war in Ukraine and the need to improve, in particular, our connections with Ukraine and Moldova. Please note that we are only supporting transport infrastructure, as has been repeated under many topics. Everything which is equipment or facilities are not supported as a standalone project. They can, in certain cases, be part of an overall project, but then also with some limitations. So, for instance, if it is IT solutions like e-queuing and these kind of developments which help to organize better the streams at the border crossing points, that would be eligible. And also fixed devices like fixed scanners at the border can be eligible under this topic. So here we are in the general envelope and the co-funding rate is 50%. Of course, we would expect that such projects are always coordinated across the border so that we have projects that lead to an overall improvement and not only on one side of the border. And with the third countries in questions, there have been already precedents on that, and we would expect that this continues in the same way, that there are coordinated joint proposals from a member state and the third country in question. I think with that, we went through the long list of topics under which you can apply. So what you can apply for. Now, how you apply will be explained by colleagues in the next part of the presentations. So short break to change seats.
Maybe this one answers that.
Do you?
Okay, and welcome. Thank you very much. We're indeed moving on to the second stage of the day, so essentially the application process, how to submit a proposal, how we're going to evaluate it, and everything you need to know about this entire process. To that effect, we've indeed published 9 calls, 37 topics. It's a very wide variety of calls because you will find each topic in the Funding and Tenders portal. And that's basically why on our website we've published a call matrix. And this basically will take you immediately to each call, the core comprehensive, general cohesion envelope, and that way you know that you're starting your application in the correct topic in the Funding and Tenders portal. What's important to note is that the studies and works are submitted under each topic, and as a result, you only need to find the correct topic for your application, and you can proceed immediately within the system. And if we look at what the Funding and Tender portal looks like, this is a screen from where you can see. On the main page, you're also able to click on the Connecting Europe facility, and that's essentially where you'll reach a slide of our specific program, where you will find the different news. And when you click on the button highlighted here, you will also find all of the calls launched by the Connecting Europe facility. On this page, you'll also find more information, such as the info day that we're having at the moment, as well as a link to our website as well, just to have all of the information in one location. And then indeed, when we're searching then in the Funding and Tenders portal, I've highlighted here the key boxes, the key search parameters that you should be using. It's useful to remove the closed calls, because otherwise you'll find everything that we've published. And indeed, if you can select the Connecting Your Facility, then afterwards you can also select the applicable call for your call. And then that will very quickly show you the topics that are available under each specific call. And if we search for that, and in this case, for instance, we've opened the railway topic, you can see the topic code and the topic description. Here we're accepting studies, works, and mixed proposals. And on the left, it's the key elements within the call. And I would really
advise you to look at these different sections because they have, and the important documents that you'll be using, but they have the FAQs in here. You'll be able to find the call texts here, the links for in case you need support in your application. So spend a while going through the different options and availabilities you have here. One of the options here is, of course, starting a submission. You can just press the button, start a submission, and then afterwards you'll be able to start the application screen where you will see the different aspects you need to encode. But one element which was already raised today by the info day by several of my colleagues is how do we indeed deal with twin proposals? It's important to note that once you've reached this stage, you've selected already which topic you want to submit a proposal under. And that basically means that all of the investments submitted under that topic should be relevant to that topic. If, on the other hand, you have a larger proposal which has two very different elements which are eligible under the different topics, that basically means you would need to split these investments into two proposals and submit both of these proposals under the different corresponding topics. And one example for this could be, for instance, that you have the railway upgrade outside of ports, it's not eligible inside the maritime ports topic. So you would submit that to the railway network, and the basic port infrastructure, you would submit that to the maritime ports aspect. Of course, please note, of course, the FAQ that we have there. Each proposal is evaluated on its own merits, based on the award criteria detailed in the call text, but of course taking into account the twinned nature of these two applications. Once we reach the submission IT tool, you'll basically see the deadline on the left. You'll have again the call details on the left as well, and highlighted in green are all of the documents that you will need to complete your application. So you should download these from this point, because these are the templates you will need, and which are the only templates which are acceptable to us as well. And then afterwards on the right, it's essentially the first box is where you will be filling out the detail about your organization, your consortium, the costs. You'll need to add in the GIS data. And then on the bottom right, you will have all of the different fields that are applicable to the program. And the only thing that I would note here is that we have more fields than are available, because these are the fields that are applicable to our program. For instance, a military network would not need to upload the corresponding documents for this, neither for the AFIF, as these are not applicable. And then if I very quickly go through the different elements that you need to submit a proposal under, you would start off with encoding the structured data in the application form A. And that basically means you're starting off with defining your proposal. And an acronym would be the 1 to 2 keywords that very briefly describe what it is your proposal would look like. We will be using this as reference for your proposal throughout the entire lifetime of the project if selected. The title then is where you have a bit more space to draft a concise title. You have 200 characters, but do not use all of them. And the elements here to be noted is that it should be in English, because it would be useful to use in publicity purposes, and as a result, also not in all caps as well. And then afterwards, you'll also be asked in part A to encode an abstract. And our tips and tricks here is that please start the abstract with a 3 to 5 sentence summary of the project, highlighted what is being implemented, and of course what the expected benefits are. In this section, be factual, avoid technical language so that it is clear to an external reader what you are proposing in your proposal, and wherever possible, quantify the results of the project, what lead to reduction in travel time, safety, etc. How would this look like? If we grab an example, the acronym could just be 2 words, UCBI, RLND. As a title, then, you would extend your acronym to any cross-border infrastructure between Romania and Moldova. And then afterwards, the abstract intro, this would be where you're very, very briefly explaining what it is. Concerns works for the upgrade of a cross-border area between Romania and the Republic of Moldova at the location by constructing or modernizing a road, by constructing cross-border infrastructure, and by purchasing some equipment for the border cross services. And indeed, what the expected benefits will be in this case. So in the important reference, the Solidarity Lanes Initiative which was a project which was successful last year. Afterwards, you've defined your proposal, you've explained your consortium. The next step would be the GIS encoding. And what we would like to note is that we have a very extended user guide on the GIS encoding, which is available at the link shown, but also once you open the GIS encoding tool, you'll be able to find a reference to it under the help section as well. But this allows you to really visualize, this allows you to really pinpoint where your investments are going to take place on the TEN-T network. The features of how to do that are shown to the right. You'll have a list of options, and what I would like to point out here is that the bottom options, you're able to visualize the TEN-T corridors, so you can basically see, this will allow you to point out where your proposal is as well. And then afterwards, you'll be selecting the type of lines or polygons, depending on what it is that you're investing. If you're, for instance, investing in a railway line, road network, use the line representations, but also if it's a wider study, for instance, you would use the study area polygon and show this polygon where the works will actually be implemented once the study is completed. And that brings us to budgets, because essentially you have to encode your budget in two separate sections within every proposal under CEF Transport. The first section is within Part A, is within the structured data, where you register how many costs and how much grant you're going to be asking. But depending on the type of proposal, you'll be adding as well a second file, and that would be a detailed budget table per work package for actual cost grants. But also in the event that you have an ERTMS application, you'll be using the calculator for unit contributions. I'll very quickly show you two examples of what these look like, but also how to encode the data for the different type of proposals you may submit. For the detailed budget table for actual grants, it's essentially it's the Excel file where you would be following these 5 steps sequentially, different work packages, you would install the participants, and then you would basically, per reporting period, indicate the costs in order to, at the end, compare the values. That's the Excel file you're submitting, but how to really implement that, or how to do the encoding in the eGrant system in Part A, under the core gen envelope or the comprehensive envelope, you would need to choose the funding rates. And for essentially most proposals, if not all, you would be choosing the 30% funding rate because the 30% funding rate is the project for all works, all mixed proposals, and all studies. And I'll come back to studies in a minute. But you could also have higher funding rates of 50% or 85%, and these should only be selected in the event that your project addresses a cross-border link, or in the case that your project addresses a cross-border railway link between states eligible for funding from the cohesion funds. Within this call inland waterways, there's nothing to select here because your project will automatically display the 50% of the call. And once you've selected your funding rates, that's essentially where you will start encoding your costs on the different cost categories. The standard cost categories are personnel for your personnel costs. As category B is subcontracting for any subcontracting you will do throughout the implementation of the action, and subcategory C for any purchases. And then you have a series of options, and these options you would select only when applicable. So D2, studies, would essentially be for your study proposals, allowing you to claim 50% co-financing. If you have synergetic elements, and here where only financing works as synergetic elements, you can use the other cost category for that. And this ensures us that we know how much budget is allocated to the synergetic elements, which is capped at 20% of the cost of the proposal. Works in outermost regions because it has a 70 rate, and land purchases, but important to note that this is only available if you have a proposal under the cohesion call. Your encoding then would essentially happen in all of the in the Excel table, you can basically see that all of the encoding will basically be done in the green boxes that are highlighted for the different cost categories. And what I've highlighted here in blue is essentially the studies. And this is essentially what you will be submitting on for a budget under a regular works and mix topic. You're selecting the funding rates and you're encoding on these options. How will this change with your different types of projects? Say that you're an outermost region. Then in the outermost region, you essentially only need the 50% rate for studies, and the 70% works for the outermost regions. That basically means that if you're an entity coming from an outermost region, you will not be using all of these green boxes that I highlighted earlier. You'll essentially be using only the blue box for studies and only the yellow box for all of the works that you have. The next phase is studies. As you should be selecting normal standard 30% works, it's important to note that for any study proposals, even if you're at 100% study proposals, you should be fully allocating the cost of these studies into the blue box highlighted. This will basically allow you to claim the 50% rate, regardless of the funding rate that is applicable. And because of that, of course, should your project be selected for funding later on, it's important that you have your own accounts, and that at a later stage you would still be able to report what the different categorization of personnel, subcontracting, and purchasing within the box T2 studies is, which you would then afterwards be reporting to us at a later stage, for instance, during the financial reporting. The fourth case is new technologies. And that's because new technologies is the only topic which is submitted, which is defined as which only accepts submission of studies. And that basically means that only for this topic, you will not be using the studies box, but you will be giving us the full categorization of costs under the personnel, the subcontracting, and the purchasing. And any of these other options will not be available for encoding. The fifth case is digital sky demonstrators. And that's, as was already explained by colleagues from the SESAR team, the call foresees modularization. And whereas the main project for digital sky demonstrators is 30% for optimizing the TMS airspace, but then afterwards, depending on what's happening in the project, you may be featuring decommissioning of ground infrastructure, or also synchronization with aircraft equipage, which would raise the funding rates to 40. And indeed, if both of these are applicable together, you would even raise the call to 50. Now, the eGrants architecture does not allow you to choose your funding rates. And as a result, you will automatically have a 50% co-financing rate for projects submitted to this topic. But that basically means that once you've encoded all of your costs, the system will tell you what the maximum EU contribution is that you're allowed to request. After the system tells you that, you also need to proactively input what your requested EU contribution is, and that you would do in the box highlighted in green. And that basically means that for topics submitted to this, for projects submitted to this topic, that you should calculate corresponding EU contribution yourself and request a lower EU contribution in the submission system to be aligned with the topic conditions of the project that you're applying for. And then lastly, the ERTMS contributions. We have a different Excel file, the calculator, that you would need to fill out itself. In this calculator, you would indeed input the name of the participants, and you would be estimating the number of onboard or trackside units that you'll be implementing within your project. There are a couple of sheets. You have an input sheet and an output sheet, depending on if you're applying to the general or to the cohesion call. And that basically means that once you've encoded all of the inputs, how many units that you intend to that are part of your project, in the output sheet, you'll basically see the maximum grants per participant. And this is the data that you can then afterwards encode in the submission system, and you can upload this later as well. What this basically means is that essentially for both projects, you have two sets of financial documentation you're providing, once in the system, once in the use of an Excel sheet. And that basically means that you should make certain that in both cases you are able to define the cost counting that you have. Costs should match between these two categories, between both files. But in the event that there's a divergence, the structured data in part A will prevail for the evaluation of your proposal. And indeed, as said before, plan and prepare your accounting so that you are able to claim the cost for reimbursement and you can attribute these under both approaches. And that's especially important for pure study proposals, that you're able to further split between the personnel, subcontracting and purchasing works. And finally, if there is a synergetic element or a land purchase, that you define these as the separate work packages. So that essentially closes what the different files to submit a proposal is. In the event that you have further questions, we have two different locations where you can find that. Any topic-specific questions, so it's essentially a question that relates only to a particular topic, have already been linked to the topics in the funding and tenders portal. So if you press the field highlighted, you'll be able to see the specific questions. On the other hand, you may have a bit more wider questions in terms of the program, in terms of the documents that you need to submit. In order to find these, you would need to navigate to the FAQ section in the funding and tenders portal and search for the term CEF Transport, because essentially CEF Transport will find all of the questions that we have published which are linked to a particular program. And then indeed, you can download yourself an Excel extract, and then from the base of that Excel extract, you will have access to anything that we have published. It's essentially quite a wide repository already. You have more than 400 FAQs. So really use this information when you are creating your proposal. If you need further help, I have located here in the section of links, we have the online manual, which provides system on the guidance of the portal. We have the GIS user guide for that particular step. There's an IT guidance with screenshots, and also an IT help desk if you have any problems with passwords, access rights, technical aspects, etc. There are the FAQs, and indeed, for call-related questions on specific topics, you can use the SINEA CEF Transport calls at ec.europa.eu. And indeed, for more general problems on the IT side, you can use the Contact IT Service Desk at the EC Funding and Tender Service Desk at ec.europa.eu, where the telephone call showed. To end, just a checklist. Our application is now open until the 30th of January at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Brussels times. And that basically means that we also advise you, of course, not to wait until the last minute to submit your application to avoid any last-minute IT issues. We only accept proposals which are submitted electronically via the Funding and Tenders Opportunity portal. And if you email us at a later stage with an annex, with something you forgot, an environmental compliance file, we cannot accept it. And as a result, please do not send us any documents via our email, as we will not be using them to evaluate your proposal. And your proposal must be complete, of course, and include all of the required documents and mandatory annexes. These are listed in section 5 of the call document, but later on during the day, we'll also be talking about the evaluation process, disability and eligibility, and we'll come back to that point as well. Make certain you use the templates that you can download via the submission system. It's mandatory to use those. You cannot make changes to use other formats. Make certain you can code all of the documents of Part A directly in the system, that you indicate the location of the action as precise as possible in the GIS data, and that you have complete application Form B, which is limited to a maximum of 120 pages. And anything else submitted in addition to that will automatically be invisible. And then finally, from my side, make certain that your proposal fits fully to the scope of the topic that it is that is submitted to. Use the FAQs because these provide a lot of additional guidance on the scopes, and you can find these in the topic page of the Funding and Tenders portal. Make certain you take the time to proofread your form and your application. I always recommend to use an external reader for that. And indeed, make certain that all of the beneficiaries, affiliated entities, and associated partners, which are part of your proposal, have requested and received a PIC number, and they do this by registering the participants portal. And to talk more, and we will be having a colleague from REA speaking later on as well regarding how to do this process. Finally, just terminology. Project is essentially the term that we've used in our core document and the application form, and it's essentially synonymous with the word of application as it listed in the CEF Regulation Article 2. And that's basically and an action is any activity which has been identified as financial and technical independent as a set time frame. Within your project, you will have multiple work packages, and there's essentially the major subdivisions of the project. And this is what we previously would have been called activity under CEF 1. And you can have multiple work packages running in parallel or being sequential. And then within each work package, you can have multiple tasks. And it's essentially because it's a subdivision of the work package, such as if you were to have a work package of project management, bid coordination, meetings, accounting, and project monitoring. So with that, I'll pass on the floor to my colleague Isabel, who will be telling you more about the climate proofing of infrastructure under the CEF Transport course.
I come here?
You can't, then you move it.
Hello, my name is Isabel Royo-Pla. I'm the team leader for the evaluation team, the CEF Transport evaluation team here at CINEA. I would actually introduce you on the new requirement that is applicable under the current goals. This is the climate proofing of infrastructure. I will actually answer to 5 questions that you might have in this regard. Is that first is what is climate proofing of infrastructure? And this is basically a process that should be integrated in the development of any infrastructure projects and has mainly 2 aspects, 2 pillars. It's about ensuring that the projects are addressing climate neutrality by implementing the necessary mitigation measures for such infrastructure project. And then that this project also is adapted well and will be climate resilient during the lifetime of the infrastructure. The process, as is detailed, it has 2 phases. One is going through the screening, and another, in the second stage, goes into the detailed analysis on 2 main aspects. It's about the calculations that go on the GHG emissions and the overall carbon print that the project will make to the climate. And then it would also look in analyzing any climate hazards that the infrastructure might be subject to. Can be one that is located in a port, it could be floats. So that kind of element should also be detailed in this process. Where did it come, all this? It actually was the Commission who issued a notice that is on the official journal. You have the reference here. It's a specific detailing all the steps. It's a guidance that details very, very well how the process should be implemented. And it has also accompanied by a corrigendum that address some aspects of the critical infrastructure. When does it apply? It actually started to be enforced as from the 23 calls. It has been already incorporated in the 23 military mobility call, and the next was the current calls that we have opened for the CEF Transport. How is it implemented? Well, for our CEF Transport infrastructure, the basis, our legal reference, is established on the work program for the 21-27. And who would be required to follow this? It's not studies application, so if you are submitting, unless your study will be developing the climate proofing, in which you will give us details, but this is not required. It's not required neither for works applications that are not subject to an EIA, because this process is included in the EIA process itself. So who are the projects that must submit this information on climate proofing in the application form? Those are the projects that are subject to an EIA, but not all of them. We actually we have the requirement as from the closure of the 22 CEF Transport calls, and that was on 18 January of this year. Therefore, those projects that completed the key steps of the EIA process, they are not requiring this climate proofing requirement. However, those key steps that have been completed after 18 of January, those work applications must provide this information. And what are the key steps? We will be referring to you in other instances, also for maturity. We refer to two main stages of the EIA procedure. It's about ensuring that the environmental impact assessment report has been prepared by the project promoter, and that the consultations under the directive have been also concluded. We are not asking you to provide us the development consent. That can be granted later on after the submission of the application. We have also at our SINEA website detailed this requirement, and here is where you can find it at SINEA, at the SINEA website. And following requests also for certain applicants, we provided a detailed FAQ. The reference number can be found here as well. What kind of information is required? Well, we will be using the information in order to evaluate your proposal under impact criterion. That means that you should be providing this information under the section 4.3, social, environmental, and other impacts. And as you can see here, there are two boxes in the application form, and it's where you should be detailing the measures for the mitigation or the adaptation. In details, what kind of information we want to appreciate and have from those projects. It's about how climate change has been taken into account for designing the project at the start, and how the project is consistent with the mitigation and adaptation pillars of the climate proofing of infrastructure. And particularly here, we also want to appreciate the cost of the greenhouse gas emissions, how this cost has been integrated in the economic evaluation of the project. This information, you could have it in the cost-benefit analysis of the project, if it's the case, or it could be that it's part of the EIA itself, because those are elements that normally have to be calculated for that. One of the major principles also of the Green Deal is about ensuring the energy efficiency first. So we want to appreciate how the project is compliant with this principle. And then how the project is actually contributing to the emission targets that were set by 2050. A reminder that for the reduction of transport emissions, it's 90%. So how this project effectively it's improving the reduction of transport emissions. We wanted to give you a bit of hints. As I already said, You might find information on the cost-benefit analysis and the EIA in regard to climate proofing. So try to dig a little bit on those documents in order to provide us with the information required. It is optional, but highly encouraging that you also submit whenever you have concluded or you are in the process, the summary of the climate proofing process. It's a summary of the conclusions. If you have such a document already available, just put it in the application form under other annexes or any slot that is free, as I've explained before. You can upload it and give it to us as a complementary information. Having said that, we will run through now the evaluation process again with Ebert.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for that introduction. As I said before, the call itself will close on the 30th of January next year. And if I'm basically just going to take a couple of time to just go through what's the main elements of that evaluation process is, it basically means that immediately after the 30th of January, we'll be starting with the admissibility and the eligibility checks of your proposal. After that, we'll basically move on and we'll be inviting the external experts to essentially assess all the eligible proposals in detail through the external evaluation phase, following which we will proceed with the internal evaluation, also taking into account the other commission services, DG Move, DG Environment, in order to essentially finally end with the selection committee, which will propose a set of proposals which have been ranked as being the best under the different calls, which will make a recommendation, which will then afterwards be endorsed by the subcommittee. That entire process will take approximately 4 months, which means that after the endorsement of the subcommittee, we'll be starting the grant agreement preparation in view of signing with the actual applicants, which was successful at around October next year. But to spend a little bit of time on these different topics, the very first step is the admissibility. And that's where we're checking whether or not has the proposal been submitted on time, but also does it include all of the forms provided in the submission system, and this is essentially complete. And if you want to see what is meant with these different forms, they are listed under Section 5 of the core document on admissibility. Part A is indeed the forms that you're encoding directly in the system. It includes all of the administrative information, such as the budget, together with the GIS data. Part B is essentially where you will describe in detail what your proposal is, and you can download the template from the portal, and then complete, assemble, and re-upload it. And then you have the mandatory annexes. And what these annexes are listed here. What's important is that each proposal needs the agreement of the concerned member states. And that's essentially the member state where the action is being implemented, the member state which is benefiting from the project. If your proposal is taking place in numerous countries, then indeed each country will need to also provide its agreement as well. For all proposals, you'll need the budget table. And that's essentially the Excel table that we're providing separately. And that's either a detailed budget table for per work package for actual cost grants, and the calculator form for ERTMS proposals. And then indeed, all proposals need to have the Gantt chart showing the timing of the project, and also the environmental compliance file. And the environmental compliance file, I'll talk about that next slide, but essentially it is required for all applications. The only exception to that is the ERTMS topic, where indeed you will not be able to download this form because it's not required under this topic itself. This is also mentioned in the FAQ 18.0/80. Where it gets a bit more interesting is the activity reports and the CDA, and that essentially is because it depends on the proposal. An activity reports and the list of previous projects, which is essentially the key projects you have implemented over the last 4 years, is essentially required unless you are exempted. And you may be exempted because you're a public body, a member state organization, an international organization, or in the event that you're already known to us, given the fact that you're a beneficiary of grants already in CEF 1 or CEF 2. And regarding the CBA, this is essentially the full cost benefit analysis reports and the cash flow template, which is available in the system, is required essentially for all work proposals in the event that the works have a budget, eligible costs, which is above 10 million. In the event that you're submitting a works proposal with a budget of less than 10 million euro, then indeed there's a simplified CV calculator which you can submit as well. And we'll be having a dedicated speaker to tell you more about these two forms shortly as well. What have we seen, of course, from our lessons learned is that indeed not always all administrative forms have been complete. Particularly problematic is the environmental compliance form. You need to submit the full form. If you only send us partial information, such as the declaration signed by a competent authority, for instance, Natura 2000 map or the Water Framework Directive, then we will consider your proposal inadmissible. As a result, it needs to be comprehensively completed with the necessary approval and with the information within the boxes. It wouldn't be accepted if you have similar information located elsewhere in your Part B. So please take the time to make certain that this file is completed. Other lessons that we have from the last year is that you forgot to actually request a grant in Part A of the application form, that the wrong budget was uploaded, for instance, that there are discrepancies to what you requested in Part A and your Excel file in Part B. So make certain that you take the time to check that your Part A and what you're requesting there is also consistent with the detailed budget table, the detailed reported tables in the Excel file that you're allocating. We've had cases where the member state agreement was not signed, for instance, that complete third party was provided a member state agreement, which we would consider inadmissible. The fact that the CBA report referred to a completely separate proposal, the CBA report was an empty document, or that indeed that the cash flow template or the simplified CBA calculator were missing as well. And indeed, if you need to prove your operational capacity, that the proposals lacked the admissibility activity report from last year, lacked previous projects, or indeed the Gantt chart referred to completely the proposal. So indeed, make certain that these are essentially specified in Section 5. It's quite clear cases. Make certain that all of the documents that you need to submit as part of your proposal have been included. That then afterwards brings us to the eligibility. We know the proposal is admissible. Eligibility is also defined in the core text. And what's important in eligibility is that submitted by applicants which are legal entities established in the EU member state with associated or a member state associated to the CEF program. What's important in eligibility, what you're requesting funding for, is that actually within the technical scope of the topic, or is it something completely irrelevant that's not covered by the call for proposals? And what you're requested funding for, is that actually located in the TEN-T network, and as a result, eligible. The call text also lists duration. Works can be 4 to 5 years maximum, and for study proposals, it can be up to 2 to 3 years after starting the proposal. The earliest starting date that your proposal may start and be claiming costs is the date of proposal submission, and then this will be fixed during grant agreement preparation for successful proposals. The ending date of the proposal cannot be any later than the 31st of December 2028, given that is the core specific conditions. We accept any budgets, but we strongly recommend that the minimum budget that you are requesting is €1 million in order to ensure the efficiency of EU funds. And indeed, if we're looking at the lessons learned from last year, this is essentially what went wrongly. That's applicants from non-eligible countries submitted proposals. The location was not on the TEN-T network. That the starting date or ending dates did not match in the different parts of the proposal, or indeed that the project itself did not address the topic, and as a result, we had to consider moving to the proposal ineligible. And lastly, indeed, that you are what we'll be checking when looking at these topics is, of course, what is actually being requested for the project proposal. If the project proposal is ineligible, even if the global projects implemented at a later date would be relevant, that's the proposal still ineligible. And as a result, make certain that you take care of this distinction. Now, with that, I'll pass the floor to Isabel so she can continue with the award criteria.
Yes, actually, this is the criteria under which your proposal will be evaluated. And I'll also walk through some lessons learned as done previously on aspects that we wanted to share so that you can really get out of the best to prepare your application. So basically, the evaluation is run under 5 award criteria for CEF Transport. It are defined as follows: priority and urgency, maturity, quality, impact, and the catalytic effect of the CEF funding. Overall, you can have 25 points if everything is extraordinary, outstanding, and then the pass mark is set at 15. And each award criterion has to get a passing mark of 3. When it fails, the full under 1, the proposal itself cannot be even chosen for being selected for funding. So, priority or urgency. The project should contribute to the TEN-T network, whether it's on the core or comprehensive, or in the development, or in the modernization. So that's the essence of the projects that we look forward to receive. It could be that the project is on a cross-border link as listed on part 3 of the annex to the CEF regulation, that the project is already mentioned in the corridor work programs, plans. This is an ideal situation in terms of priority and urgency. Or what we really want, and that you also address here, is whether the project is having a network effect, is enabling and really making a difference on the network to have your project in it, in terms of really it helps to develop that the TEN-T, and also or upgrade in terms of IT tools that could help to modernize it. So that's the kind of idea that we look that your applications will address in terms of priority and urgency. We again look at the relevance. This is about making sure that your proposal it's addressing the objectives set in the work program for 21-27 that has also been amended this year, or that it actually match the objectives that are set at the call and under the topic under which your proposal has been submitted. Your project has to have a sense for Europe. So it's about ensuring that it has an added value at EU level as well. So there, what we are addressing are 2 aspects. One is about whether the project is actually addressing the EU objectives that have been set at the Green Deal, or whether, even more specifically, is aligned with the sustainable and smart mobility strategy that has been actually adopted by the European Commission last year. It could be, in terms of what is requested to have also as EU added value, the second element is that your project, we see the evidence that is having a transport connections between more than one member state, so that we could see that there is this transport connections, this connectivity between more than one member state in terms of improving the transport flows in terms of efficiency. It's more sustainable, this connection. It enhances the competitiveness, and also it makes this part more cohesive. So that's kind of elements that will demonstrate this EU added value in addition to the local, regional, or national level that the project will deliver as benefits. It could be that your project is also addressing synergies with other CEF sectors. You might know that the CEF program is a huge EU funding scheme that also has two other sectors, that is energy and digital. It could be that in certain areas, it also been having some development at the level of Horizon Europe program, or is part of the recovery and resilience facility. So if that's the kind of things that is synergeting this project, please detail them, give the details to us in your application. You have been hearing a lot about synergetic elements as during the presentation of the topics, colleagues were making reference to it, and it's only applicable for works. So whenever it relates to another CEF sector, and whenever it actually proves that it's significantly improving the socioeconomic, climate, and environmental benefits of the project. So please don't neglect to provide this narrative when you are claiming a synergetic element. It has to be, and that's why before it was explained that there is a column of synergetic elements in the application for in the budget, and it has to go up. It cannot go above the 20% of the total eligible cost, and this is actually being closely checked during the evaluation. The criterion also takes into account the policy urgencies of the European Union, and as already stated in the call document, at this moment it reflects three elements. It's about the unfortunate situation that the EU faced with the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. Then the action plan that followed that event was the establishment of the solidarity lanes. So it could be that your project is on those solidarity lanes. And also the EU mission to implement the 100 climate neutral and smart cities. So if your project is in one of these urban nodes and is something that it's appreciated under this criterion. An aspect that we really want to have in our CEF Transport program is about projects that are mature. And when we say that, is that for works and mixed proposals, they have to demonstrate what I said before for climate proving, the key steps of the environmental impact assessment by the date of the application. You can receive the consent permit a bit later, but the EIA report and the consultations have to be completed by the time of the date of your application in order to be judged as being the level of maturity that is sufficient. In this criterion, we want to see projects that start and end by the date that they specify in the application. And this is something that is being checked whether the technical maturity is really solid enough because it's something that normally applicants have under their control. It could be that there are other things like the procedural maturity that is beyond the remit of the applicant, but we want to also see you have tables in the application form detailing the status of all the necessary contracted procedures and permits. And please be honest to us by when you are expecting, even if it's beyond your control, estimate those times. Another element of maturity is about the finances of the project, of the CEF, apart from this, excluding the CEF investment. So if the project will have all the funds that are needed to be implemented during the lifetime. This is where we also want you to provide information. Moving to a specific maturity is the project duration should be between 4 and 5 years for works and mixed proposals. The study is between 2 and 3, and then the starting date would not be before the submission date. The end date would be on 2028 for the projects. The quality is the third criterion, and it's 3 elements that we look into this criterion. The first is the quality of the application. We receive, unfortunately, applications that they are really nice from the outside, but when we get into the documents, many documents are missing. Even the mandatory annexes are not being properly prepared. Or we even had a case in which we didn't have even the Part B, the technical description of the project. So what we want to make sure is that in terms of when we evaluate, we also take due account on how the application has been put together. Another aspect of quality could be for some of the applicants that are new private entities to CEF Transport. In that case, we are undertaking the check of the operational capacity on the basis of the list of previous projects and the activity report of last year that was presented before as one of the mandatory annexes. So please make effort to understand this and put those annexes as well along, because this will be assessed under this criterion. Of course, we are also, you should be giving us information on the project that you are being proposed. And here it's about detailing the implementation plan that is being proposed from a technical point of view. So describe well your work packages that are well structured, well thought during the lifetime, but also that the finances are also cost effective. So that's kind of the elements that are being asked to you in this part of the application form. If you are establishing particular organizational structures, such as project management teams, or you are thinking to do so, this is the kind of information that you should be accompanying in this section as well. In the application form, you will also find tables detailing the risk, so that we can appreciate if you have thought about any risk and how you will overcome, and that you have a good, strong control and quality management procedures. One thing that you would say that's obvious, but sometimes it is not sufficiently highlighted. So please tell us how you want to give visibility to the CEF funding. Especially now, we think that any kind of event or a billboard on the construction site showing that is receiving the CEF funding is something that we really want to see when we go on site, or we read papers in which studies have been funded by us. A novelty for the CEF2 is about this sustainability aspect of the investments. So we also want to see that you have thought about the maintenance strategy after the completion of the works of your project, so that the infrastructure will be kept in good shape for the operation part of it. Impact is the fourth criterion that your application is being assessed very closely. So any kind of, for instance, for work projects that you are basing your intervention, for instance, on a demand and traffic forecast, this is something very useful to inform us in your application. Then the socioeconomic impact of the project is where we are actually seeing where the project would be economically viable for itself. So this is the elements that we want to have from you in this part of this criterion. Other impacts could be on that you have been studying, that it will alleviate congestion, it will enhance modal shift, it would even improve safety and security, even getting a better service for customers, and reduce noise emissions for certain areas. That's the ideal impacts that a project could achieve. For studies projects, we want to give a bit of a precision. Under the section decision-making tool, an ideal study for us would be the one that will be preparing the overall project implementation. So the one that will kick off the implementation of the works the day after or the month after. So this is the idea of that you also provide us information on the next steps of this study after having completed. It could be for certain topics that you are enhancing interoperability of the transport systems, that you have a better connection, accessibility to the TEN-T network. There are aspects in some topics that really are taking into account the innovation, digitalization, competition, and even local or regional development and land use. In case that any of these are not applicable, you let us know in the application as well. As mentioned before, impact is the one that is including elements for the climate proofing of infrastructure. So this is where, for all projects, there would be also a need for requesting information on the contribution to a certain extent to the climate change targets, and how the climate change in general has been taken into consideration when designing and implementing the project. Any kind of information that you might have in terms of reduction for greenhouse gas emissions or air pollutants is always very welcome. So in particular, those are the elements that you need to detail also for works applications subject to the EIA. After 18th of January of this year, there would be even further information apart from this that is in the boxes for all projects. An element that has already been addressed during the topic is about climate resilience. So any kind of information in terms of the vulnerability assessment of the infrastructure, in terms of identifying potential climate hazards, those are the kind of information that we want to see for all applications for climate resilience as well. And this is the last criterion. This is about the catalytic effect of the CEF grant. And this is basically how the CEF funding is making a difference to your project. Does it facilitate or accelerate the project in comparison with a situation without CEF funding? So there are three elements of information for us to request you that will help us to evaluate catalytic effect of the CEF grant that you are requesting. First is about the desire overcoming a funding gap, or what it's also known as the negative financial net present value of the project, that is mainly due to the insufficient financial viability of the project itself, or because it has high upfront cost, or there is a lack of market funding. And then the CEF funding will help to overcome and make that project financially viable. The second element is the financial leverage, so that the CEF funding, by having the logo and the stars on it, makes that other entities, banks, will or private public funds will come together to implement your project and will accelerate also the investment plan and the implementation of the project. And another would be the enabling effect that has the CEF grant to put together stakeholders. It might be that some are a bit doubtful about your project, but the fact that a CEF comes along, the life of the implementation of your project, make them to agree to accept your project. And this is the kind of reasons that we want to see, if in case it's the case, for your project. It could be another reason that they come together because indeed it enhances the quality of the project implementation, because thanks to the CEF grant, you can enhance the technical parameters of your infrastructure. That's the last part for me to inform you about. Unfortunately, we had, and this is tough job for us, is to evaluate your proposals on the basis of the low quality of the description of the proposal. There might be a lot of blah, 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 but it doesn't say what we want to hear as specified in the 5 award criteria. So please pay attention into defining the work packages, because sometimes there is not even the milestones that go along or the deliverables that are being asked. That work packages cover several big tasks, and there is no cost breakdown for those tasks. So make an effort to define even more work packages that are more cohesive in terms of finances, for instance. It is something that we really check. It's about the risk analysis. If you are applying for a project in which you are not even thinking about what are the risks or what could it be or how you would mitigate those, it can be something tough also for us to accept such a project. There is also quite often the parts on project impact are neglected. So there is not whether it's based the project on a study on the traffic forecast, on the demand, for instance, or the economic analysis and the other socioeconomic impacts that I have explained before are not detailed in good length of information. And even sometimes the communication task, which is the beauty of giving you the CEF funds, is to also make it visible to your in your countries. It's also not even described. So this is the kind of lessons that we have observed that we wanted also to pass to you so that you would actually enhance the preparation of your proposal. Having finished this round around the award criteria, I'll pass the floor to my colleague who would actually explain to you for those projects that are subject to the cost-benefit analysis, how this is actually defined and requested information for you. Please, Christophe.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. So we will now move to the part of the ultimate objective of each project, which is bringing some benefit to the society. My name is Krzysztof Dzięcielak, and I represent the financial engineers team who takes care of the cost and benefit analysis. So the ultimate objective of each of your projects is to bring some benefit, and more specifically, it's the net economic benefit to the society. And the way how you can justify this benefit is to present it in the cost-benefit analysis. So basically, when do we require a cost-benefit analysis for a project to be submitted together with the application? So once you have done all the details for your project and the description, which Isabel presented, this part should be quite easy for you to complete. Basically, we apply the proportionality rule. So in fact, there's various levels of granularity or details of information that is required for the project. Basically, this cost-benefit analysis is required for projects which have the component of works, or mixed projects, but then we look on the value of works, which should exceed 10 million euro. And the level of details depends on the project, and we can have the full CBA or a simplified version of the CBA. And for some projects, we don't even require a cost-benefit analysis. And basically, we also skipped the cost-effective analysis, which was required in the previous calls in the past. So when is the full cost-benefit analysis required? For projects that fall into these special cases, which we will present a bit more in detail a bit later, we have to submit a full cost-benefit analysis. And this requirement was also the same in the previous calls. And basically, the full cost-benefit analysis is composed of the following document. So a standalone document that is at least 20 pages, and this includes the assumptions and description of the findings of the cost-benefit analysis that you have conducted. And in addition, there is a cost-benefit analysis cash flow template, which you fill in based on the outcomes of the cost-benefit analysis that you have conducted. This is a tool that we have created in order to harmonize the calculations of various applicants And it makes also easier for us to assess it in a harmonized way and in a more transparent way. This is the same template that we have used in the previous calls, so there should not be surprises. But you have to have in mind also that if you input some hard-coded data or hard-coded numbers, that you provide some explanations, or you use also in the application form the Excel sheet where you can paste in your calculations so that the calculations are clear for the persons who evaluate your cost-benefit analysis. In comparison to the full cost-benefit analysis, the main difference for the simplified cost-benefit analysis is that there is not the need to submit a standalone report which explains all the assumptions and describes the results. For these projects, we consider that the information on the socio-economic impact is provided in the application, and the description should be sufficient to correctly evaluate the cost-benefit analysis. In addition, the cash flow template of the cost-benefit analysis has been replaced by a calculator, a CBA calculator. And this is a tool that has been developed for the cohesion policy also, but also for the CEF Transport calls. And the advantage of this tool is that it doesn't require, it requires a bit less input than the full cash flow template. And you can, in this tool, calculate the output and monetize the externalities, for example, in terms of time saving, which is automated and is using unit values that are coming from recent economic literature. For projects for which are required, for which the simplified cost-benefit analysis is required, you can still submit a full cost-benefit analysis, but then you have to still meet the requirements that are for the full cost-benefit analysis. And maybe some remarks for the simplified cost-benefit calculator. What is important, there are two aspects that are very important that are correctly done. It's more the technical aspects, so that you do the correct selection in the general assumptions sheet. So first one, you have to choose the transport sector, you have to choose the method of the economic appraisal, the cost-benefit analysis, and you have to activate also the financial analysis so that the calculations of the indicators are conducted automatically in the template, Excel template. As there are automatic calculations and there are some macros included, what is important in the end, before the submission of the simplified cost-benefit analysis calculator, is that you save this Excel sheet in the Excel workbook. So in this way, the Excel will remove all these Visual Basic macros, as the tender portal has some limitations in accepting Excel sheets with macros. So basically, this is two aspects, technical aspects, important to remember. So now we shortly come back to what are the requirements depending on the project content. And basically, all projects related to smart and interoperable mobility and also reduction of rail-related freight noise, there is no CBA required. Also for alternative fuels infrastructure, in case where there is an implementing partner included, we also don't require a cost-benefit analysis. For other projects, for other priorities, that simplified CBA is applicable to projects with less than 10 million of eligible costs. So this is basically the threshold where you either have to submit a simplified or the full cost-benefit analysis. Another aspect is also that if you come with the implementation of a new phase of a project that has been already under construction with the support of CEF grants, you can resubmit the CBA that you submitted initially. So here it's just important that a couple of conditions are met. The first one is that the original CBA must include also the new project for which you are currently applying. And the second is that there are no significant changes have occurred in the meantime. Changes could relate to the project, but also to the context. In particular, a change in the potential demand. This could be the case if a competing project has been implemented in the meantime, for example, or if there has been a structural economic change, like a new regulation or new technology. Then the applicant, you have to justify and explain your arguments, why you believe that these conditions are met, and indicate the code of the first project. From the past experience, we have noticed also that the definition of the scope of the CBA was a common source of a mistake. And that's why we wanted to give a bit more of guidance on how to include network effects. And for this reason, in 2022, we have drafted a note on the scope of the CBA, clarifying the principles which were defined previously in the DG Regio guide. And in this note, there are also some examples provided. This is presented in the CEF guide on economic appraisal for CEF Transport projects. And these aspects are applicable both for the full CBA and also for the simplified cost-benefit analysis. And the main message here is that taking the project itself is not always correct, and the scope needs to be corrected by adding components that are necessary to deliver the intended service, but they are also interrelated dependent activities and also the effects on the wider transport network. Here's a small remark that on the effects of the wider transport network, you should not confuse this also with the wider benefits, which are not monetized in the cost-benefit analysis, but can be described and should be described in the application form. So basically, the wider effects are quantitative, but not qualitative. And based on the evaluation of the past calls, we have some suggestions also and remarks on how to correctly complete the simplified and full cost-benefit analysis and what to pay special attention at. So like looking a little bit more in the detail and to also ensure that you provide a good quality and sufficient data for analysis of the CBA. Please make sure that all the numbers provided are consistent with the application plan, work plan, and the underlying calculations. And also the underlying calculations should be transparent and easy to follow. So you can always paste in the calculations in the three tabs, which are in the both Excel sheets, what will enable us to understand better the assumptions and the logic and the impact of the final outcome. So in the NPV, ENPV. So this is what I was also mentioning before, that if you input hard-coded data, please provide some explanation and calculations so that we can follow and see the transparency of the calculation. If you use a different value for the financial discount rate or social discount rate, different from the suggested one, so 4 or 5%, you should substantiate your decision with a clear reasoning and also adequate arguments. We will look into this in the next slide. Please also remember to apply the incremental approach by providing a factual and a counterfactual scenario. And what is important also, this will also repeat again, that it's important to base the revenue calculations on a robust demand analysis and also technically copy the revenues from the financial analysis to the economic analysis section. What we have received as feedback also from the evaluation of the cost-benefit analysis is that what very often was missing was the transparency of the background calculations, the demand analysis, and the counterfactual. So these are the three aspects that need to special attention to be paid. And coming back to the financial discount rate, we have received from we have been approached by applicants also on this topic. So please bear in mind that in line with the guidance provided in the CEF guide on economic appraisal for CEF Transport projects in chapter 2.3 of financial analysis, you must state this rate and explain why you choose the rate, the different rate. I mean, if you apply the standard rate, you don't need to justify. But if you choose another one, you need to justify why you chose it. So this rate can exceed the value recommended in the cost-benefit methodology for public investments. But if you do this, you must provide an evidence explaining why you selected a different rate. So if possible, this can be, for example, a market reference, internal rate of return of the sector, or the sector weighted average cost of capital, so the WACC, and also like to explain how you calculated or how you arrived at this WACC that you use for the different FDR. Then also an indicative calculation of the financial net present value based on the recommended discount rate, so that we can see and follow also like how it would be if you would apply standard rate. And if the financial discount rate uses the WACC, then also what is also mentioned in the first point, that explanation why this project is comparatively more risky than the average risk profile, and what are the other business segments which are comparatively less risky than the one that the project belongs to. So basically, what are the risky aspects that your project is facing that justify the use of a WACC which is higher than the financial discount rate. But and then also like please remember here that in the CBA we apply real rates. So basically, the inflation is not the justification for a higher FDR. And also coming back to the simplified and full CBA requirements, to complete the hints. What we also suggest is that you complete the checklist, which is also included in the guide on economic appraisal for economic analysis. And this you can do for yourself in order to see if you have correctly entered all the data and information. And please feel free also to submit this document once we have filled it in. It's not compulsory, but on the voluntary basis. And basically what you will see in the checklist, which is the annex 3 to the guide, that it refers to the projects, to the correct project scope, also the factual and counterfactual, reference period, discount rate, and so on, and also the demand analysis that it's correctly conducted. And otherwise, for further guidance on the economic appraisal, please refer to the information that is provided in the SINEA guide on economic appraisal, which I was referring to many times during this presentation. And also, as a second point, look at the frequently asked questions on the funding and tender portal, where we have included the most common questions. And you can also, in cases of methodological questions, you can always refer to the economic appraisal Vademecum 2021-27, where you have the general principles and also the sector applications. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Elin Sijimov, and I will represent today the REA Central Validation Service, and will describe to you the process of registration of your entity, the legal validation, and their appointment. In this presentation, we will focus on several subjects. We will start with general introduction to what we do in the Central Validation Service, the primary channel of communication with us, and we'll discuss topics linked to the access to your PIC and document management, the process of the legal validation, which means the verification of the legal existence of your entity and the legal status, the appointment of the legal entity appointed representative, And in the last slide, you will see the main guidance documents that will answer your questions linked to the legal validation and clear appointment. But firstly, let's start with the introduction of the REA Central Validation Service. As already mentioned, we verify the legal existence and the legal status of legal entities. This means that we need to verify that your entity is currently existing and under what legal form, whether it's a private entity, public, and what type. We validate the appointment of the legal entity appointed representative. This is a person working within your organization who will be responsible for the interaction with the European Union via the Funding and Enters Opportunities portal. If requested, we also prepare the financial capacity assessment. We perform third country control analysis. And once you have a validated legal entity, the LIRD might introduce certain legal changes, and we are also responsible for the validation of these changes. Furthermore, we perform ex post status verification, which is such as the SME and mid-cap status. We assess universal takeovers, and we are responsible in cooperation with DG Budge for the creation of legal entities and bank account files. But on the next slide, you see a brief overview of the validation process. I would like to start from the bottom of this and to talk a little bit about the primary channel for communication with the Central Validation Service. This is because often you might struggle to you might have certain difficulties during the validation process linked to, for example, uploading documents. And for that, we always advise that you communicate with us using the messaging function in the participant register. This is because your message is reaching the case handler who is actually dealing with the validation of your entity, and they will answer your question most correctly. Alternatively, you can also use the dedicated IT help desk, which will also refer the question to us. In this slide, you see a screenshot of notification that you are going to receive via email. But in order to reply to this notification email, you need to actually log in the participant register and use the messaging function there. This means that only the person who has access to the PIC number will be able to reply to our message. But now let's take a look at the beginning of the process, which is the registration of your organization in the participant register. There are two scenarios. The first one is if your organization has already a PIC number. It might be valid or in a declared status, meaning simply registered one. You have the option to search for the PIC number of your organization by name or other data such as the legal registration number or VAT. And if you cannot identify your organization as already registered, you have the options to make a new registration of your organization. We'll start with this one. On the current slide, you see the step-by-step wizard that you're going to follow once you want to register your organization. It starts with identification duplicate check, which again, according to the legal data introduced, the system will identify if your organization already has a PIC number, whether declared or already valid. Then you can follow the next steps by inputting your organization data, the legal information, such as what is the legal form of your entity, whether it's for-profit, non-for-profit, etc. Then you can introduce additional people who might be authorized to manage the PIC, which are the authorized users. And in the end, the registration is completed and you receive the participant identification code or the PIC number in a declared status. This is the status that you need in order to submit your proposal. The valid status is necessary only to actually sign the grant agreement. However, if you already have a PIC number, you might have lost access to this PIC number. If it is in a declared status, meaning that your PIC is not valid yet, you can see in the system that your organization has a PIC number. It's not valid, but you don't have access to it. For example, the self-registrant who created this PIC number some time ago might have left the organization. In this case, you need to register a new PIC and inform the Central Validation Service about this. This might happen via the dedicated help desk, or if you're already in contact with the project officer. Once we know that you don't have access to your declared PIC and you have created a new one, we are going to link the one that you have lost access to the current one that you have access to. And then you have only one primary PIC that you are going to use and which you can manage. In the second scenario, you might identify that your organization has a valid PIC, but the leader who is responsible for the management of this PIC or the account administrators might not be available anymore within your organization. So the option for you here is to appoint a new leader. And for that, there is a dedicated leader recovery procedure, which is again organized in a user-friendly wizard, which guides you step by step through the leader appointment process. But once now you have a registered or a valid, once you have a registered PIC, comes the next step, which is the verification and validation of the legal data. Once we receive a request from the operational service, the colleagues in SINEA to validate your PIC, you're going to receive a message requesting documents, and based on these legal documents that you're going to upload, we are going to assess you and validate your legal status. In the validation, it's always performed on the basis of the supporting documents that you upload. It's a harmonized process for all the participants, and it happens in accordance with the EU financial regulations and the rules on legal entity validation, leader appointment, and financial capacity assessment. It is a process required for all the beneficiaries and affiliated entities. And the PICs of affiliated entities frequently included in the consortium during the GAP must be introduced in the funding and tenders portal's grant management service system. Now I would like to draw your attention to the actual documents that we are going to request from you in order to validate your entity. The first document is the legal entity form, which is automatically generated. You need to download the template, complete it, date it, sign it, and re-upload it in the participant register. We are also going to request a VAT extract, a recent one, not older than 6 months, and of course, if you are not registered for VAT, proof of VAT exemption. For private law bodies, we also request a registration extract, again, not older than 6 months, so we can verify your current legal existence. In case of public law bodies, we request the law decree decision that has established this public body and under which it functions. For international organizations, this is the treaty for creation. And in case of non-profit organizations, we request the statutes, where normally it's indicated the non-profit status of the entity. We'll go back again to the same timeline. Here I would like to highlight that the LEAR appointment as a process is indicated after the legal validation, but in fact we perform it in parallel. So please do upload the documents for the legal that we request for the legal validation and the LEAR appointment at the same time, because we work on both processes simultaneously. The LEAR appointment it's mandatory for all validated participants, and the responsibilities of the LEAR are several. They're responsible to notify the EU in case of any legal or any changes of your legal status of the entity, and we are going to validate these changes. The LEARs also submits legal and financial documents when they have been requested to. They manage the access rights of different persons within the organization, but not at the project level. And they're responsible to nominate the account administrators and who are individuals authorized to sign the grant agreement. This is the legal signatories, and for the financial statements, the financial signatories. On the next slide, you can see what documents are going to be requested for the LEAR appointment. There are 4 types of documents. The first and the second one, the LEAR appointment letter and role and duties, and the declaration of consent are automatically again generated by the system. So you need to download them. The LEAR appointment letter needs to be signed and dated by both the legal representative and the LEAR, and the declaration of consent needs to be signed and dated by the legal representative only. Then we need an official valid proof of identity for both the legal representative and the LEAR. These are ID cards or passport, the official documents of your country. And then the last document or documents is the proof of empowerment of the legal representative. This might, in some cases, be one single document, for example, in the registration extract, which strictly specifies who is the legal representative of the entity. Or it might sometimes be several documents, for example, the statutes where it's indicated who is the person within the organizations who can legally represent it. And also another document for appointment of the person on this position, which could be, for example, the minutes of the meeting when the person has been appointed. And I would like to draw your attention that the LEAR appointment letter and the declaration of consent, once signed and uploaded in the register, they need to be kept in your entity's premises. And with this, my presentation comes to its end. On the last slide, we have indicated 4 hyperlinks, which will lead you to the most necessary documents, which will answer all your questions linked to the legal validation and LEAR appointment. Thank you very much.
So actually, this ends our first part of this info day event. We have been giving you all presentations about topics and the processes that go along for the application and submission. We will now take a lunch break of until 4 o'clock, where we will start again on the questions and answers session. And during this lunch break, we will actually be checking and selecting questions that were put on the Sli.Do. It's been quite hectic that a number of you that have been following us is posing questions. So we will do our best to address them now, and then we will come back, as I said, at 4. So be with us and see you very, very soon.
Excellent. Welcome back to the frequently asked questions session that we have after the lunch break. We've basically collected all of the questions that we have, and indeed, where possible, we have prepared the answer, which will be going now through the different topics as they appeared in the order of the agenda. We've not answered every question because that wouldn't be physically possible, but what we will be doing afterwards, but we selected the most relevant. What we will, of course, be doing afterwards is we'll be going through the FAQs as well, as they're published on the portal, and we'll also be updating new FAQs with the questions that we have raised today. So in that case, if you just, in terms of 2 questions, procedure, yes, both the slides but also the recording will remain available. They will be published on the info day page, which you used to register yourself for the session that we had today. And also, as a second point, we've published a feedback survey on Sli.Do. So in the case that you haven't seen it yet, we'd really, really much appreciate it if you could look into this, because these are basically, we can use this as feedback to improve our next info days during the coming years. So with that in mind, I will hand over to my colleague Isabel for the questions that we have on the railway sector.
Thank you, Evert. Actually, we have around 110 questions that have been posed through the Sli.Do. And we will be answering the most relevant one, of course. And those that are not being answered, they would be published via FAQs so that you can consult them there. As we cannot reply normally, what we do, we reply individually to questions that are being addressed to our functional mailbox. But as normally the people have kept anonymity, this is, voila, we will be doing through publication of FAQs whenever it's relevant. So we will start with the first cluster. This morning, we actually unveil all the secrets on the railway cluster, including ERTMS and interoperability. And in that respect, we will start with one of the questions that I will ask you, Philippe, to reply. Basically, under CEF Transport, are studies and works concerning railway stations eligible for funding, and in particular, which railway infrastructure components are considered eligible? For your info, as a hint, we have an FAQ with this reference number that has been published, but of course, Philippe will specify all these elements.
Not necessarily all, Isabel, because that will be not possible to be exhaustive, but the principle is when it comes to railway stations, we are only funding railway infrastructure components of a railway station. Only those are eligible for funding. A non-exhaustive list of such railway infrastructure components includes tracks, platforms, any dedicated buildings where technical equipment necessary for railway operations or control is installed. Then we have a whole list of things which are not eligible. So these are ancillary facilities and equipment such as taxi ranks, bus bays, car parks, etc., etc. So these are not considered part of the railway infrastructure components and hence not eligible. When it comes to study projects, this is sometimes more difficult to differentiate between the different parts. But here we consider proposals that include elements related to these facilities are eligible when they are integrated into and form a smaller component of a railway infrastructure proposal. Finally, it must be noted that the proposed railway infrastructure components cannot be related to the Class B system and must be in line with the TSIs, obviously.
Good. We will move to the next question, Philippe. That's it's on would be RRTMS GSMR interlocking studies eligible under the railway topic?
And here I would hand over for the ERTMS question. Please, Piotr, come in.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. Well, the studies that are at the early stage of project planning, feasibility studies covering also elements like ERTMS, GSMR, or interlockings could be submitted under railway topic. However, the studies that are at the end of the preparatory phase, just as a one step before the work starts, so in principle, detailed design and so on, are not eligible neither under regular rail topic nor under ERTMS.
And Isabel, there is the first question on this slide, which concerns studies and or works on connections of freight terminals to the TEN-T network, including the construction upgrade of the railway infrastructure components leading to the terminal. Are they eligible for funding only if the terminals are located on the TEN-T network?
Well, no, the terminals do not necessarily have to be located exactly on the TEN-T network, but they have to be on a close proximity of the network and then contribute to its functioning.
Very good. Then let's go to the next one, which is still ERTMS related. Piotr, can you explain why, contrary to the sector expectations, it is not possible to support fitment under the ERTMS topic?
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, we cannot accommodate this need of the sector. This is due to considerable needs of the deployment of the ERTMS onboard and trackside in general in Europe still, and at the same time the limited availability of the set budget to accommodate everything. So in principle, Commission was supposed to make a decision and to pick the most important areas of intervention under ERTMS, and this resulted in excluding, for instance, fitment, because it was taken for granted that the new locomotives are supposed to be equipped with the ERTMS already from the outset. It's also to be mentioned that actually the fact that there is a certain unit contribution foreseen under unit contribution decision does not mean that it always will be a part of the call. Our beneficiaries from the past might recall, for instance, call of 2018, where support was provided only for ERTMS trackside, or call in 2019, where on the contrary there was only ERTMS onboard prototypes eligible.
Good. Then the next question, which you already partially replied to, are studies related to ERTMS eligible?
So not to take much time, no, studies are not eligible.
Exactly. Then are FRMCS studies and work proposals eligible under this call we are discussing today?
So here the question is no to the studies and yes to the works. Just to say that in case of works for FRMCS, the Class A unit contribution applies.
Thank you. I know there's still an ERTMS question. Sorry. We have a question whether vehicles operating regularly between Germany and Switzerland can be regarded as international. This topic has been addressed in the FAQ with the number 21220. But if you can enlighten us on substance.
Yes, the substance is that unfortunately this is not, in light of CEF ERTMS code, this is not considered international vehicle because what matters are the operation of the vehicles between the member states. So at least two member states must be in the picture. So if Switzerland would come as a third, then indeed it would be an international vehicle. Otherwise, this case is not.
So very clear, we need two member states. Then a question, can individual additional onboard units to be used on several different vehicles for ESC? Sorry, I will start again. Can individual additional onboard units to be used on several different vehicles for ESC testing be funded via CEF2 in this call?
So now the question is whether we understood correctly the question. So the bottom line is that the project, onboard project for ERTMS must result with the vehicle authorization. So if here what the person who asked the question understands a standalone testing of ETCS system compatibility, not resulting in a vehicle authorization at the end, then the reply is no.
Indeed, what we want is the locomotives running in the end. Still more questions on ERTMS. Regarding works for the modification of existing ETCS level 1 trackside equipment without an upgrade to ETCS level 2, under which calls can this be supported by CEF?
Such project can be supported under general or cohesion ERTMS core, because what counts is actually the upgrade of baseline and not upgrade of level. So assuming that here we are speaking about ETCS level 1 trackside that is, let's say, equipped already with a pre-baseline 3 system, then indeed upgrade of exactly the same track, level 1 to baseline 3 or baseline 4 in line with the latest TSI is perfectly eligible as upgrade under one of the two calls.
It is eligible indeed, but of course it will remain for the project applicant to demonstrate the added value of such an activity from the European point of view. Mm-hmm. Then, can you specify the exact difference between deployment and upgrade in the provided ERTMS calculator for unit contributions and especially on the track side?
Here I would recommend to have a look at the unit contribution decision, which is one of the basic documents for the call. But in a nutshell, deployment means the installation of the system on a railway line where there was no ERTMS before, whereas upgrade means deployment of the system on the line where ERTMS was already installed and up and running, but it was in line with one of the old baselines.
Very good. And the last slide with questions on ERTMS. First one, regarding the scope of the global project when it comes to ERTMS projects. In case of nationwide projects, would this be the global project or the works along the specific railway?
Here's, again, a little bit of understanding what the author had in mind. The global project is indeed to be described in the application, but what counts is a project for which the applicant asks the support. So the precise number of units which will be encoded in the units calculator. And then it, of course, might be that the applicant decides to ask for support for his global project, assuming that, for instance, global project would be a national deployment plan. But this is indeed up to the applicant to decide which is the scope of the project for which he wants to get the SESAR.
Yes, and I would maybe add that the description of the global project is important and useful for us evaluating the proposals to understand the context in which this individual project falls. So it's really for the applicants, for you to see how you best present the project and into which global approach it fits. So if there is a nationwide ERTMS deployment, I think it would be useful to remind this and to explain this in the application, because bear in mind that these applications will be read by persons who are not coming from your country. On board ETCS, which member states provide agreement? All countries of vehicle operation, country of vehicle owners, registered office, or all of them?
Indeed, in this case, the proposals should be supported by a member state benefiting from the project. This is the bottom line. And in case of ERTMS on board, where the applicant has its legal residence. So this country support is enough.
That is clear, and thank you very much for your wisdom on the ERTMS proposal.
We will now move to the next cluster, that was maritime and inland waterway infrastructure. In that respect, we have a series of questions. And first one is, a listed core maritime inland port railroad terminal with investment from dredging the river, reconstruct quay, keys, rails, transshipment equipment, which call should I apply? I will also read the next one because they can be replied in the same way. If part of the project is focused on intermodal elements and another part of the project is focused on maritime ports, what code should be applied to? And yes.
Yes, Isabel. This is typically a question which is very difficult to answer. What we generally say is that each project application should only address the topics covered by that call. It's very difficult for us to tell you apply in this call and not in the other, because it's not Isabel or me doing the evaluations. It will be evaluators and who have to understand the project proposal on its own. So the choice under which topic you apply is really yours. You should look for the topic whose objectives and eligible scope are addressed the best by the proposal in question. And if your activities fall under different topics, then possibly it is best to apply separate proposals under each topic. And you can then flag this fact that there are several applications which are linked by flagging this in this part B section other of the application, that this is an application complementary twinned to another proposal submitted under the call. Just to note that under the maritime ports topics, intermodal transshipment equipment cannot be supported. Under the inland ports topics, transshipment equipment, in particular zero-emission equipment, may be included in a project benefiting inland waterway transport only if this equipment is fully integrated in and a minor part of the infrastructure investment project in general. So these projects should not aim to focus on storing and transshipment equipment, but rather on the transport infrastructure. So this is always our starting point. If the project addresses clean transshipment equipment for intermodal loading units, like zero-emission reach stackers, gantry cranes, etc., whose share in the total project cost is large, then the applicant might apply for this equipment under the topic roads, railroad terminals, and multimodal logistic platforms, where indeed we address clean transshipment equipment for intermodal loading units.
Thank you. Very comprehensive.
Isabel, then a question to you.
Yes.
Is it possible to fund shoreside electricity supply for car carriers, overseas transport, or only shoreside electricity for the Trans-European network? And I think we have first to explain how we understand the question before replying to it.
Indeed. Under the maritime ports topics, cargo handling area at the back of the quay is not eligible.
No,
it's here, sorry. Under the maritime ports, shoreside electricity supply could be supported for all maritime vessels. Under the motorways of the sea topic, as explained this morning, the shoreside electricity supply can be supported as long as it's needed and justified for the establishment of a new or an upgrade of an existing maritime link between the EU maritime ports, then for shore sea shipping.
Voila. Then the second question, what is considered development of ports capacities and facilities in relation to the transportation activities of the offshore wind farms, which is something we addressed in our call indeed.
Indeed. Under the maritime ports topic, development of port capacities and facilities in relation to transportation activities of offshore wind farms means basically addressing the investment in basic port infrastructure. So it could be in the form of turning basins, quay walls, berths, jetties, backfills, as all defined in the call document. And that has to be well justified that there is a need for the purpose of supporting the pre-assembly, the transportation of these components, and the decommissioning also of the offshore wind farms. The involvement of the maritime port in the transportation activities of the offshore wind farms elements and the need for the basic port infrastructure for those activities must be clearly explained in the proposal.
Very good. Then we can go to the next slide.
Under the CEF2 core topic for MARP is the cargo handling area at the back of the key structure eligible for funding.
So under the maritime port topics, cargo handling area at the back of the key structure is not eligible for funding. So eligible intervention is only construction of the quay walls, including the area on which the quay walls are established, etc. But to be short here, this is not the case, and we refer you to the frequently asked questions 20945, where this is further explained.
The next question that we have received was about, are investment in electric vessels eligible to create initial demand for shore-side electricity supply to overcome the problem of the chicken and the egg?
For the calls we are discussing today, these investments on vessels are not eligible. I would, however, invite you to look at the AFIF call. At the end, we will come back on that, which is particularly about the alternative fuel charging and supply. So there we see possibly some options for this, but not under this call we are discussing here today. Then we turn to inland waterways and inland ports. And Isabel, can you explain what is a minor part of an infrastructure investment project when referring to elements of storage, transshipment facilities, and equipment?
Sure. The call document in this topic specifies and allows for certain some storage, transshipment facilities and equipment only as a minor part of an infrastructure. And when we are saying a minor part of a project, that is is about that the project must mainly focus on the infrastructure investments, and the fixed and mobile superstructure must blend in and complement the infrastructure project and help achieve the objectives. The cost will be mainly concentrated in the infrastructure itself rather than the superstructure investments. Not an exact percentage can be given, but this is just that is a minor part of a wider project, and therefore only for the purposes of the inland waterways infrastructure. It could be that certain minor part of storage and transshipment facilities could be part of the project.
Very good. Let's go to roads.
Roads. Indeed. Could only terminals and logistic platforms strictly located on the TEN-T network apply for funding, or also in the proximity of the TEN-T network?
So the answer to this is the multimodal logistic platform and terminal shall be located on the TEN-T comprehensive or core network, but without necessarily being explicitly mentioned in the Annex 2 of the TEN-T regulation. If the terminal is not physically located exactly on the network, it shall be linked with rail connection to the network within a reasonable proximity. So it does not have to be exactly on the TEN-T network, but it has to be in a reasonable distance, and the application, of course, has to demonstrate the importance of this terminal for the TEN-T network. We refer also to the frequently asked question 21215, which sets out further details on that. Next question.
Yes.
With respect to the open access principle of the funded infrastructure, how does this apply to railroad terminals? These are typically privately operated.
Just as a reminder, self-supported infrastructure might be open to all operators. That's the principle of providing funding across the EU for implementing the TEN-T network. Having said that, just precisely on this, facilities funded under this specific objective should be open to all potential operators of multimodal transport services on a non-discriminatory basis. This applies as well to private railroad terminals, and this condition is legally binding, and it would be also be part of the grant agreement if the project is successful after evaluation. If the railroad terminal isn't physically located on the TEN-T, the eligible rail connection includes all parts of the rail infrastructure, right?
Yes, indeed. For the rail connection to the terminal is we include all parts of the rail infrastructure except the ERTMS elements and digital interlockings, which are financed under the ERTMS specific topic. Then I think it's fairly close to what you just explained, Isabel, is a private terminal under port concession that offers intermodal rail and maritime services open to any shipping and train company eligible.
Indeed, this is actually the kind of organization that is making sure that there is open access. So the fact that it's a private entity is not a restriction under the calls, because public and private entities can provide an application. So that's not a problem. So they are eligible and they can participate.
And you are invited to look at the frequently asked question 20884.
Can the investments in these topics be partially financed with private capital from private terminals that are not public beneficiaries?
Yes, indeed, the investments can be financed partially with private capital. Of course, if the beneficiary is a private entity and the project addresses a private terminal, then it is logic that the beneficiary can ensure the co-financing with private capital. Now, Isabel, are storage like warehouses and silos eligible for study and construction?
For works, indeed, no. That's not possible, and this is well defined in the call document, the scope of those topics. So we are not looking forward for projects that will aim to have warehouses, silos for storage purposes. For us, our main purpose is to make transport across the network in the best way. So yeah, that's a no. In case energy production on terminal is distributed to inland system via pipes, for example, multi-energy are eligible for this call?
No. To be clear, proposals addressing energy production for onward distribution are not eligible under this call.
We also have received limited questions, but we have one that about ITS, and this is about, can ITS include implementation outside the TEN-T network?
So I would like to invite you to have a close look at the call text, where we state that ITS projects can be located on the core and or on the comprehensive TEN-T network. But we allow that the application covers certain road sections outside the TEN-T network. But in this case, the applicants have to justify their need and demonstrate their positive effects for the TEN-T network. So again, it can be part of an overall proposal which addresses the TEN-T network, and in that sense, it can cover certain sections outside the TEN-T, but you have in any case to demonstrate what the benefit is for the trans-European transport network.
Absolutely. Next question on safe and secure parkings.
Isabel, are electric vehicle chargers at safe and secure parking areas eligible?
Not under the current calls, the CEF Transport calls that we have been publicizing today. Electric vehicles, however, can be eligible charging under the AFIF calls. And actually, there is the current cutoff being available to you, where you can submit your projects until the 7th of November. Next question. What are the requirements to be met for a safe and secure parking areas?
So here we have delegated regulation EU 2022/1012. And all safe and secure parking areas must be certified in accordance with this delegated regulation, and only elements of the service and security standards set out in this regulation will be supported. So if you plan to propose an application on safe and secure parking, the delegated regulation on safe and secure parking areas 2022/1012 is the reference point to start with.
We'll move to the next cluster. This is data processing, relates to data, EFTI, and new technologies. And we have one question to address. And I'll start asking Philippe. In the case of SIMOPGEN call, would it be possible to support a study project? In this case, they refer it as MAS, whose budget is expected to be around 6,000 euros. Or should 60,000 euros, sorry. And should this amount be higher?
This is a question which goes beyond this topic and is applicable to all topics. So we really strongly encourage all applicants to submit project proposals with a budget above 1 million euro. Projects with a lower budget remain eligible, but in general, it is very hard to demonstrate for these projects the European added value and, let's say, the cost of preparing an application, doing the evaluation, and doing the whole grant preparation, carrying out, etc. All these costs are probably higher than the amount of the grant. So this is why we really encourage applicants to strongly reflect whether it is useful to apply for such small amounts in this program.
Actually, indeed, we have already specified in the call document that a threshold is not compulsory, but we recommend that applications are asking for CEF grants of above 1 million euros, because this is also for the efficiency of the management of the grant later on during implementation. We will now move to more generic questions of the process of the evaluation, the preparation of the proposals. And the first one relates to the CBA. Is a CBA mandatory for proposals under SESAR?
Thanks, Isabel. That's a very easy question to answer. So the following project applications are exempted from the requirement to submit a CBA. So that goes for proposals under SESAR, under ITS, VTMIS, RIS, EMSLE, VTMIS, FT, Data, NewTech, and REMIP. These are all topics where the CBA is not mandatory.
We will move to a block of questions related to the cohesion fund in CEF Transport, and we have observed a question that we wanted to be very clear. It's about an applicant who has said the following: Sweden was not one of the countries with an envelope of money left. Does that mean that there is no chance for Swedish projects to receive money for CEF 2023 calls?
No, so just to be crystal clear, the cohesion envelope of the CEF Transport is only available for projects and applicants from countries eligible for benefiting from the cohesion fund. So Sweden is not a cohesion country, so Sweden is not concerned with the cohesion envelope. Entities from Sweden are invited to apply under the general envelope, and here there are the chances for Swedish as for any other project to participate in the call. Isabel, Will, now looking again at the cohesion envelope, will the cohesion national envelope leftover budget be merged with the competitive share if the national envelope amounts are not enough to implement the project?
Yes, actually, the selection of projects will be made using first the national envelope and, if necessary, to complement with the competitive share. If the national envelope is insufficient, the project will be receiving funds from the competitive envelope.
And again, this goes only for projects under the cohesion envelope from the cohesion countries.
There was a detail to be clarified. Is it possible to clarify why the budget for general envelope is for projects on the core network 5 million less than the amount set in the approved work program?
We have double-checked. The call document is clear and has the full amount of 2,695,000,000 included. So it might be that in one or the other presentation this is rounded up. But just to clarify, these are indicative amounts which might be adjusted in the selection procedure based on the applications made in the different calls and based possibly also still on different amounts being made available in the course of the running of the program.
This is a topic on oversubscription of the calls.
Yes, Isabel, could you elaborate on the oversubscription experience in the 21 and 22 calls for the different sectors and priorities, as this will add to transparency?
The calls, depending on the call, the oversubscription varies. So it can go up to 2.5 times. As an example, the last calls in average of the 2022 calls, we have 3.19. So it's a highly competitive exercise. That's why the main purpose of this info day has been to ensure that you will improve the quality and you will be the best ranked in order to be successful. But indeed, those are very, very oversubscribed calls. Will works related to the project scope that were carried out before the date of proposal submission but accepted by the protocol after the date be eligible?
No, we are not exactly sure what the protocol refers to, but as a general principle, we only the eligibility of costs will be fixed during the grant agreement. So costs are normally eligible as the date of signature of the grant agreement, but exceptionally, it can be fixed at an earlier date. However, never earlier than the date of the proposal submission. So in any case, costs incurred before the date of proposal submission are ineligible. And just to be clear, I mean, this was not the case in the 2021 call, where we had a retroactive eligibility to the 1st of January 2021. This was a one-time feature explicitly foreseen as such in the CEF regulation and is not repeated. It has not been the case in the 22 calls, and it is not the case in the 23 calls. So only as of the proposal submission, costs are eligible, but this has then also to be justified in the grant agreement.
So actually you have 4 months to submit your proposal. So if you have already ready and you want to make your costs already eligible, you could submit the proposal tomorrow and then get all the funds eligible. Next question, Philippe.
Yes, under the cohesion calls, should only land purchase costs be included under the D5 land purchase, or also the directly attributed costs, like, for instance, the legal costs?
The costs that are directly related to land purchase should be included within the category D5 land purchase. This might concern, in some instances, legal and other notary costs, and that should be included up to a ceiling of 10% of the total eligible cost. There is a cap also.
Yes.
I will ask you this question in terms of eligibility. Maybe you could expand a bit on whether applicants and partners from Ukraine and Moldova are now eligible for funding, for seeking funding?
Yes, indeed. We are very proud to have Ukraine and Moldova now as participating countries in the Connecting Europe facility. This means that entities from Ukraine and Moldova can apply in our calls. But we have to underline that for those entities, the eligibility is not the same as in the member states. So the eligibility is constrained notably by the Article 8 of the TEN-T regulation, which sets out what kind of projects on a third country territory are eligible for funding. So this is limited, and this is why we would invite entities who have questions around this to contact us directly so that we can clarify, because this is a novel situation which requires some more exchanges possibly, but we are in touch also with the respective authorities of Ukraine and Moldova to shed all the necessary light on how to participate in our program. Isabel, who are participating organizations in a project? Is this only the applicant, or do we, the applicants, need to incorporate, for example, the Port Authority and the constructor as well?
It's up to the applicant to define who are the main actors and being participants of a project. Whether the Port Authority is an important and will implement the project itself, you might consider to add it. So this is really up to the applicant to define who are the main entities that will be involved in stricto sensu in the implementation of the project. So that's what it should start from thinking when you define the participants of a project. This morning as well, it was explained that participants in a project need to request the PIC. We learned that, so this is the kind of thing that you should make sure that those that are part of a project will also secure themselves a request for a PIC. Would it be possible to present a project with a starting date in 2027, taking into account that the completion would be in any way by December 2028?
Legally speaking, it would be feasible, but here our advice would clearly be to think twice before submitting such a project. We have insisted a lot this morning on the criteria of maturity of the project. You have heard just now about the high competition with high oversubscription. So a project which would only start in 27, by definition, would be at high risk of being delayed if there are still 4 years needed for the preparation. And hence the maturity will certainly not be very high, so that I personally would advise not to submit such a project. But again, it would be considered eligible, but very unlikely to be high in the ranking list and selected for funding, to be blunt.
This is a block of questions related to the funding rates. So,
and the first one is, when referring to funding rates, are these maximum funding rates, or shall they be considered fixed?
It is in the system, it is not possible technically to actually request a lower funding rate. So you will always need to choose the one that is applicable to you according to what is being specified in the call document and what is being set per topic.
And I think this replies also to the two other questions. Can the funding rate applied be lower than the one provided in case? So for lower need for EU support, And I think here the answer is the same. So the co-funding rates are fixed, so they cannot be lowered. And then there's a question, it has been said that the maximum co-funding rates in the general envelope for railroad terminals is maximum 50%. We assume this is just a clarification we have to provide. So 30% is for works, 50% is for studies. So it's not the same activity where you can choose between 30 and 50. If it is studies, it's 50. If it is works, it's 30.
Correct. Maybe you ask me this question.
With pleasure. Is it possible, when we speak about the evaluation and the scoring of proposals, is it possible to clarify the application of the new added prioritization criteria in case of equal score in the evaluation process?
This is what we call a scoring for equal proposals. Those are these proposals that will be ranked the same scoring, equal scoring. And as defined in the call document, there is a priority order. So when we reach that, we make sure that the order has been respected. So it would actually, when arranging that priority and urgency comes first, second maturity, catalytic effect, impact, and quality. And this is a prioritization that was already implemented in the previous 2022 calls. We find that the page limit is set at 120 pages. Does this page limit include the non-mandatory annexes, or my additional annexes exceed the 120 page limit?
So the page limit only refers to the part B of the proposal, and here you are limited to 120 pages. This limit does not include any of the non-mandatory annexes. While you can include to provide further details such annexes, please note that the key information should be for sure included in part B. So don't expect that we will find the key information on page 250 of an annex somewhere hidden. If this is important information, it has to be in the part B, which is the most relevant element in the evaluation.
On twin projects, should we put in part B8 information about the ongoing projects which are the part of a global project? How together would be twin projects evaluated?
Yes, for the proposals which are part of a global project, such as twin proposals, it's up for you to see what's best for your application, whether it is the specific project or the global project. So it's very difficult to reply more precisely in such an abstract level of questions. So always bear in mind the evaluators have to assess the proposal based on the application submitted, provide information that it is clear for somebody not familiar with the project and the context, and make it such that it is self-standing and understandable.
The baseline basically is that each project will be evaluated on its own merits. So each project will be evaluated independently. Having said that, for twin proposals, we also make sure, because you indicated in the application form that this is a twin proposal, we also provide to evaluators information that there is another project that is being submitted that is twinning the current project. So this is actually a cross-reading access that we provide to evaluators to make sure that they are also informed that there is this twin project submitted under another topic.
Yes, and linked to that, Isabel, how will the catalytic effect be evaluated at the level of the global project or the specific project that is included in the proposal?
The catalytic effect is the catalytic effect of the CEF funding. So the amount that you are requested to be co-financed by us. So basically, it should be the specific project that you are seeking funding. This is the information that should be included under catalytic effect. and this is almost the last. We have two others. So the first is, what's a project of common interest, Philippe?
That's a very broad question, and we would refer you to Article 7 of the TEN-T regulation from 2013, which defines the project of common interest and sets out what are the elements of such a project of common interest. So this is the formal way in which projects of common interest are defined, also for the purposes of this call for proposal.
And to conclude, of course, the AFIF calls are not part of the current calls of this info day, but we have received questions that we would like also to reply. And this is, when will the next CEF Transport AFIF call be launched, Philippe?
So indeed, it's we received these questions even though it's not the call we are discussing today. Just to repeat what Isabel said, the first AFIF call is still ongoing. The last cutoff date will be 7th of November this year. Once we have finished evaluating this, we will launch the second AFIF call as foreseen in the work program. The work program foresees a budget of 780 million euros to be used for that AFIF call, which of course will also still use the remaining financial means from the first call if there are any left after the fifth cutoff date. So this AFIF call is exactly where you should look if you are looking for support for electric vehicle charging infrastructure. This is exactly the type of projects that are financed under the AFIF. So the AFIF call the second AFIF call will be launched beginning of next year. The first cutoff we would expect before the summer of 24. The exact dates will be made public in the coming weeks and months.
Thank you, Philippe. I think that ends our FAQ session for today. And actually, I would like to also end today's Info Day event. We started this morning already with at 10. It's been a long day for all of us, with an introduction and a welcoming by our head of department, Olivier Sila, giving an overview of the calls. Then Philippe started giving the policy context so we could understand better what are these calls about and what they are addressing on the side of DG MOVE, who is the parent DG that implements the Connecting Euro facility and make sure that it's aligned with what is for the development of the TEN-T network. There were around 6 clusters that we presented today. Those are the priorities of the call. We tried to put it together in terms of we had the railway part, the ERTMS, the TSI discussion presentation. And then we move also to the maritime and inland waterways cluster, where you also heard all the developments that you can seek funding for maritime ports, EMSWE, the VTMIS, the motorways of the sea, and also the river information system. The cluster on roads, rail, terminals, and multi-logistic platform was also unveil all what is the eligibility of possible projects, and that was also presented. We have a blog, and we had the pleasure also of have our colleagues presenting to you from the SESAR, and what are the actions that can be funded there. The data processing cluster covered also all the innovative parts of transport related also to the implementation of the FTI. And then we ended, actually was Philippe who ended with the cluster of sustainability and safe mobility with the presentation on the union, all the transport adaptation that is being done for union external borders. We went on just to make sure that we share with you the lessons learned on the application of any grants, how to prepare a proposal, the new requirements on climate proofing for CEF transport infrastructure, all details on the process of the evaluation and the award criteria and the CVA assessments. And we had the pleasure also from another colleague that came from REA, it's another executive agency that does all the validations for the entities. And he explained how to register and make sure that your PIC, you obtain a successful PIC that operates in eGrants. So we had the lunch and then we restarted at 4 until now, that is 5 to 5. It was, I would say, a long day. Philippe, yes. I don't know if you want to say something else.
Well, of course, I have to thank your colleagues in CINEA and in DG Move who helped preparing this heavily charged info day. I hope you will be able to digest all this information. I strongly invite you to take this all into account when drafting your application. We are looking forward to receive your applications and to go into the evaluation. Last recommendation from my side, you also have the national contact points for CEF funding, which I encourage you to contact. In case you have further questions, they can also explain in more detail certain of the questions that were raised today. And you will have to be in touch with them in any case for the submission later on. So again, thank you very much. Looking forward to lots of good applications so that we can make sure our TEN-T network is further developed and can give its contribution to the running of the economy and to green our European Union further on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.